trying to click on myself. I can't see.
Hype train go away. Rude.
April 16th, 2020 is when I started following. That was like 2 months after I got my PC.
Oh, now John's gonna go show everybody up.
This is the latest from the table.
July 27th, 2014.
That's like probably, that's like
College.
that's like 3 months or so after we started the campaign, I'm guessing, because like I had to hit affiliate. Well, no, if it's follow age, that's probably around when it started then. I would guess that John was probably like one of the first people to follow.
Yo.
I gotta figure out how to make sound stop sounding like shit.
I like how looking in my Twitch
Oh, wait, I know.
notifications.
Get rid of this.
Black Blag. I've never even heard of that person.
Yeah, like
Probably something rated.
between people that like have changed their name and just in general, like especially if you used to stream, right?
Yeah,
Like
and I want to get back into it.
like people that you followed, like that would come and hang out and whatnot. Like between those two things, I look at my friend list. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck so many of these people are.
I've been tempted to start calling everything.
But then like,
And-
I wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend doing it.
No?
No, I've done it before. Don't recommend.
Why?
Just starting over, like starting with 0 momentum versus starting with some momentum.
Well, no, I'm saying people I follow. Because, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, then 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 of the people I follow I don't even watch anymore. Or I haven't even seen stream in that a while.
Now, if you go to their page, you can see the last time they streamed too.
Let's see, when was the last time It's Cliff backup streamed?
Never.
4 years ago, you have a clip.
Is it a clip from like this though?
Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War.
What is happening?
What?
I'm attempting to watch it live and it's just not. It's just offline.
I'm watching it live.
Y'all following Twitch?
There we go.
It's Twitch. What can you say?
Right, somebody got fixed
What? Oh, John is.
I can read what I just heard. Absolutely not.
That was the door.
Yeah. I was like, I think that's from you guys somewhere.
I thought it was a smoke detector. I was like, I'm not listening to that all stream. No way. Looks like we are absolutely killing it this session.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I'm there with you.
Oh, okay.
Gotta have one person in here, right?
You realize that's the only roll I'm gonna get above 10 for a while, right?
For the night.
We're not gonna talk about it.
We're not doing a theory tomorrow, right? And I don't know when I'm gonna be home.
Alright. I think we're good to pivot over to live. Let me hit the button.
I can't see anything.
Okay, and we're live. So hey everybody, this is episode 34 of Adventures from Amethil.
Again, you're talking on mute.
Yeah, that was the last thing I just said.
Oh. What was that?
It didn't matter.
Oh,
I said
okay.
something really lame. Went, wow, that was lame. Good thing it was on mute.
Yeah. Sin, when are we supposed to be doing the new 2.0s?
I don't think we are. I haven't gotten a detailed update from anyone.
Well, here's the thing. I drew my detailed update.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Megan's doing them.
No, I'm not.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
I heard.
See, now I need a few more levels before I can fully flesh out mine.
Okay, so it's gonna be a little while.
Where you
Like-
can flesh out what you want visually to be different?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry. It'll make sense. Not at all.
Don't worry about
Alright.
it. I get it. My character changes how they look like every 4 sessions.
Keep Sin busy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whenever we get that going, also gonna get the new layout going. So I got most of that worked out how I want it. There's just a few things I'm gonna have to figure out. But yeah, so that'll be cool when we get there. But other than that, I don't really have any big updates here. Working behind the scenes and getting all the interactions, like alerts to them. So then that way it'll be a little prettier when things happen. But yeah. On that note, who is going to be doing recap tonight?
I got it.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. We started off last session with Thrain finishing day 1 of the group consecration of the temple. In fact, he rolled so well, he learned the spell. And then he went and put on his fancy people clothes and went shopping into the apothecary, bought some health potions, sold some components, and then went to the bank and exchanged some funds so he didn't have to carry around 2,006 silver, because, yeah, that was a lot of silver. In the meantime, Nell, Desmond, and Roderick have been at the healer's tent all along while Desmond's making all sorts of medicine checks. Nell is using their spells available to them, and Roderick is helping assist medical staff in giving patients water.
I
Desmond's
love
staying
hearing
in
Megan
that-
flip through pages.
Shut up.
No, sincerely, I do. It's fucking great.
As the day, as things start to calm down, Roderick initially goes and takes a nap, and Nell heads back to the tavern where Thrain actually is at this point. Nell's giving him space because Thrain is still very upset with them, as they minced their words when trying to have a conversation previously, and yeah, that didn't go over well. They nod in recognition of each other, but give each other space while Nell plays music to try to increase the morale of the town, and also their own. Eventually, Roderick joins them, and when Nell finishes a song, he pulls them aside to have a conversation of what the hell is the plan for what happens next? Nell seems confused that Roderick didn't understand the plans that are set, but explains that hell, they're exhausted but surviving with all that's been going on. But the next plans are fixing up the party relations, keeping renown high among the locals to uh, aid in, people not hating us and maybe someday becoming king. um, and then figuring out what the hell to say to the Sphinx in ways that are going to get the public's attention for not uh not just clearing our innocence, but everything else that's going on. And Roderick's like, yeah, but like you're a leader and you should do that inspire the order speech thing. And Nell's like, yeah, gotta figure out words for that, I guess. Roderick's asking them about like, oh well, what do you take of everything that's happened with Thrain and what's going on with Desmond? And Nell's talking about how it's heartbreaking that Desmond thinks that we should give up on hope altogether, even though in situations like this, hope is all we have to continue to move us forward. Nell's talking about how they feel bad about the whole Thrain situation and they are eager to attempt to fix that and have that conversation, but they're giving him space for the night. And that they're exhausted and they're going to go take care of themselves now and wash off the blood that is both their own and monsters from their armor and body by going to go bathe and wash up. Meanwhile, back over at the healer's tent, the other healers are like, Desmond, dude, go home. You've been here all day. Take care of yourself now. He goes to get out of there. While Nell is bathing, suddenly they notice that they have a new mark. New shadow mark. All down their left side. And it is the mark of their father's bloodline. Curious if Desmond knows this, and also knowing that Desmond's been working himself to the bone all day. After finishing cleaning up, Nell grabs food for him and goes looking for him. Eventually finds him up in his room, shows him the mark, and he seems to be, at first, like, yeah, sure, I'll look. But when he realizes that he does in fact recognize it, and it is of one of the bloodlines that was a royal guard, he becomes very focused on it and seems very pissed off.
Not a royal guard.
Those were the exact words that was used in the stream. Cliff is nodding.
And you confirmed it.
Anyways. Thrain's trying to attune to the wand of Orcus replica. It's not quite working. He hears some weird whispers and stops for the night. Next morning, bright and early, first thing after the 4 hours of trance, Desmond's knocking on their door, comes on in, and magically copies the mark from their arm. Nell is like, it's not just on my arm. And he's like, it's okay. It repeats, shows the one that's on his face and on his arm, and that it's the exact same mark. And Nell shrugs, saying that they didn't notice a repeating pattern in it, but perhaps he will. Desmond, after marking it down, heads back up to his room and tells Ava, or rather his sister Saris, to look at the pattern and see if they can find the family in question, be it in the archives or what have you. Just fully investigate it. Book will be out all day for her to look at as she comes and goes, peering through Ava's eyes. Nell attunes to the gully fern, finally, and does some testing of berries to see just what the hell they do. And Roderick sleeps. He catches up on the MZs because it's the first time he's been able to sleep in months. Thrain goes and does some job postings, and then takes break midday to go work on the consecration. Yep, that's how we say it.
That's the new spell I'm inventing starting today. Concentration.
Concentration. The consecration spell, and crit fails. Someone bursts in, quickly and hardly telling the High Cloth that the undead are attacking. The High Cloth sends off Thring to go defend it and says that he will maintain concentration on this as we go. While this was happening, Desmond happened to have headed out to different shops and smiths trying to see if he could get a hold of some mithril. Ends up putting down for some to be special ordered so that he can make something. And as he's leaving, he sees Thrain rushing out of the temple. Through message, he says, "Hey, what's going on?" And Thrain lets him know that some undead are attacking, and Desmond jogs to catch up to aid in that battle. Nell happens to have been on their way to the barracks at the time and gets grabbed by by a group of guards who are also heading to this undead fight, where they explain what's going on. And Roderick is still in his room relaxing, just playing it cool. And so the fight begins, and there is some great hits on Nell's side, where we see new colors in their magic. Instead of it sucking the light out of the room and being true darkness, light is given off in a true indigo, where you're not quite sure if it's blue or purple when you look at it. Depending on the light, you might see it one way or the other. These undead happen to be giant, in fact, skeletal scorpions. And let's just say the Dragon Guard aren't very good at fighting them. There's some misses all around, back and forth. Thrain becomes enraged and yells, "Would you just leave us alone?" as he starts striking at these things. He also gets a nice crit off at one point. Desmond is nearly about to get hit, and then his eyes go white. He takes the dodge action, and his eyes remain white for the remainder of the battle as he seems to be watching Nell carefully with what they do and the change in their magic. Thrain turns one of the scorpions and it runs off. The others are eventually destroyed in battle. And that's where it ends, because we realize, well, we can't unturn that one that's run away. So we mention to the guards to keep an eye out because it might come back. And I believe that's where it ended.
The session?
Yeah.
Oh, remember we did a little camera whip pan over to Roderick, who was in the room resting, and there was a knock at the door.
Well,
Right.
I don't even think there was a knock at the door. I think someone kicked his foot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was sleeping with his hat pulled over, and yeah.
Yep, Roderick's foot gets kicked, and there it is. It's the coin guy, not a god. Concierge of the gods that's not being. And he's like, "Yo, I gotta leave, but we gotta go now." "Okay, let me write a note for my friends." "Wait, I don't know how to write. You write a note for my friends." And he goes, "How about we don't?" Boop.
Yeah. And then they start heading out.
Yeah, and then was it only Roderick heard what they were talking about, or only Roderick read the note?
No, only
Robert
Roderick.
can't read.
Only Roderick knows about this. What is happening
Okay.
right now?
Okay.
So we are all completely unaware as to where Roderick is and that he has gone.
And there is
And
some obligatory. There's some obligatory note that has been left in Roderick's room. Yep, and that's where we are going to start it off here. And we didn't really talk about the logistics of time. So that happened at some point during the day. So you all don't know when it happened. John, when you finish reading that, can I please have a perception roll, please?
Alright.
Cliff, did you get the whisper I sent you?
Yes.
You can say it out. I just didn't want to interrupt Megan during recap.
I hadn't thought about that. You could just say always prepared.
Okay. Because I have a number, I'm set, and I'm like, okay, they just learned it. Now do I always prepared, or do I gotta remember to count that in my spells? Because I was planning on changing spells when I, Yeah.
No worries. All right. So, you all are grouped together fighting this last skeletal scorpion. After you knock the last one standing, you know another one has burrowed under. You have tasked the guards to essentially hunt it down, and if they see it, destroy it. And they thank you for assisting, and they start heading off in the direction that it burrowed to try to see if they can figure out where it is. As this happened around the time that the consecration ritual was being done, you know it's like midday. Is what the time frame you're currently at. So you essentially have the rest of the day to do what you want with your time.
Did I complete the job I was at before I left for the consecration? Would I have, or would it have been I left in the middle, like take a lunch and then go back to it?
I don't remember. I thought you said that you stepped away, like you told them
that midday you would have to step away to go do the thing, and they were like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's fine, please do that.
So I didn't know if I was gonna end up going back, if I ended up getting that done. But if I just stepped away, I would have went back and finished that up for the rest of the day, or whatever else that needed to be done. If I'm not mistaken, I was pretty much just being a hired hand
Yep.
to help.
Yep. It's a lot of helping people move things, helping fix any like broken windows, like whatever that they can do. You guys don't have to worry about none of this. This is completely fine. Okay. So Thrain's going back to do that. Desmond, Nell, what are you two up to?
Nothing. Nell was going to try to have a conversation with Thrain at that point, but he still has obligations, so I suppose Nell would go shopping.
And say, if you went back to the inn, I would have went back to the inn to change out of my vestments.
No, it's okay. It's more of a end of the day, we're gonna sit down and have a fucking talk sort of thing.
Just saying that's what it would have been because I am not working in these. I was pissed off enough to fight in them, but
I mean, you kind of didn't have a choice. It was either
I mean I did have a choice.
spend 10 minutes getting dressed and then go fight, or... I mean, I guess that is a choice, but it's not one.
Uh-huh.
Desmond.
I think I already did my downtime for today.
Yeah, you started off the day with it.
Yeah.
And he is just going to be sitting in the medical tent for the rest of the day then.
Okay.
Nella's going to head to the different stores around that are smiths and stuff looking for better armor.
Okay. So as far as smiths go, there's like the one dedicated smith. Like if you want like the one that supplies the guard, the one that's like the most prominent. There's like just the one. There are some smaller forges, people who are like have their own private. So depending on what you're looking to do, finding someone smaller and doing it, you may be able to get better deals, but you also have a potential of getting shoddier work compared to if you go to a more reputable source. You know you're going to end up paying top dollar for it, but you're also going to get the best quality.
Got it. So Nell will go to where the guards usually go to
Okay.
get their shit.
Can I just do this without actually... I can. That's so
This stuff has
fancy.
arrived.
It's
Look
so
at-
fancy.
Look, there's
And-
pins on things.
There's been pins on things.
Not on all of the things that are pinned right now.
Every time that you guys go to a new place and like discover it, I reveal it.
Is there supposed to, so usually looking at the maps, if you hover over the pin, it actually says something. I don't
yeah,
see
let's
that
say
in
it's
these.
not doing it right now.
Click it now. So
Nothing.
Nothing.
what?
Nothing happens when we click on pins.
Well, why?
Fuck you.
I guess so. I might have to change it then, because I used to do it as notes.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a new feature and you guys may have access to this, I'm not sure. On the right-hand menu under World, they have locations. Yeah, you should have access to it. Oh, but
Yeah,
it doesn't.
it's
have-
empty.
Huh. So, do I have to do this?
I see that.
Can you see things when you hover on the map now?
Stand
Hey, you
still.
can.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, they have something built into it that does like something that I've been manually doing this whole time. I've just been doing them as notes and dragging them on there. So when I go into notes, my shit is a mess because it's like every POI ever is a note. But now they just got it as a little location and you can just kind of hover over it.
So are you gonna end up working those into that? All those
Yeah.
notes?
Yeah. So I'm gonna now that I know it works right, I'm gonna bring everything back into it.
The obsidian boot is in there. It's in notes. I don't know if you had that as a note in the past.
I did.
Okay. I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't
if you
delete
did or
any of
not.
the old ones. So, yeah, so I'll ping the map here, Megan. You're headed down towards the Golden Anvil, which is the
Got
same
it.
place that that Desmond
Where
went to.
Sin was.
Yeah.
And so that's where they go.
Yeah. Okay. So, Thrain, you head back to the boot, get changed, and then head back and resume your what would you call that? Your day job. Desmond, you resume back at the tent and continue assisting people who need it. due to the swiftness of the Dragon Guard and you all handling things, you notice that there's much fewer people that need aid. Like after the whole day of doing it yesterday and through the initial bout that you guys did, not really a lot of people. So it's more like the more people you're seeing now are like surface abrasions, people that have dislocated shoulders, things like that. And you get notice from one of the Dragon Guard that this little medical pop-up tent that they have going on here, that they're going to be breaking it down after today. And then if anybody needs any sort of healing or anything like that, they can just resume going to one of the cleric houses. So they thank you, and they offer to pay you for your services too.
I am not allowed to receive money for this type of aid.
He kind of looks confused, and he's like, No, it's fine. I cleared it with the High Blade, and we have the blessing to pay you for your services.
I legally am not allowed. It's fine.
He still looks at you like confused. He's like, he like reaches into his armor and he pulls out like a piece of paper and he's like, can you like sign off that you're refusing this? Because I don't want people to think that I didn't tell you and didn't do my part of it.
Nods and signs whatever's handed to him.
Okay. And then he said, well, yeah, if you change your mind, I'm sure that the High Blade will still honor it. It's not much, but 4 gold a day for the service.
Desmond just nods to him and continues with his duties until the day ends.
Okay. He heads out, and now as you get to, asking around, everybody points you into the same direction, and you end up getting to... That's not what I meant to do, but yep, there. You end up getting... why is it still doing it this way? I don't want to be in ping mode no more. Stop it. Oh yeah, so you get to the golden anvil and you see this large golden dragonborn who's at the time that you're getting there is pulling these blackened logs out of a fireplace and moving them over to a kiln, and you're seeing him loading these blackened logs into there, and he stops and looks at you, and you see he's sweating, and he wipes his brow and leaves like this blackened stain of soot across his face, and he's like, oh, is it just me or is it hotter than usual today?
I think it might be the kiln.
That I'm used to. This feels different. Wipes his brow off and notices like the blackened stain on his arm, and he takes his apron and rubs his face. Like,
Are you feeling unwell?
No. I'm good. Are you here for a pickup, or are you looking to place an order?
I was looking to get myself some plate.
Okay. Well, that's something we can definitely put together. We have some in stock here. Or we can get them custom tailored depending on what you're looking for.
I don't need anything custom tailored, just the armor itself. A friend of mine is more than capable of handling any infusions. I'm very close with an artificer person, so.
He nods and he goes into this little partitioned room off to the side, and he comes out with two large breastplates, one in each hand, and he kind of like sets them down, and he's like, "Oh, I got the full suits of these, but these are the two styles that I have in right now." And one of them looks more akin to how like the Dragon Guard armor is, so it's more angular and almost looks like scales, like how it's built, like large angular sheets of metal that are on it. And the other one is more like aristocratic. It's got sort of like ornate bevels into it, and it's more like square, clean lines that it's built out of. One of them has like the red trim to it, and then the other one has like a bronze trim to it.
I'm more partial to this one, they say, pointing to the one that is not Dragon Guard-esque.
Mm-hmm.
About how long would it take for you to custom make one if I wanted one that was not red?
Well, if you want something custom made, turnaround times typically a fortnight, usually a little less than that. But given the complexity of what you're looking for, if there's any details you want imparted into it, that can add some time to it, but typically around 10 days to a fortnight.
Nell thinks it over and just kind of looks at the armor again and goes, "How much is this one?"
The ones that we have available already would be 150 platinum for the full set. Custom made, add on about another 20.
Nell's definitely sitting there doing some math in their head before they nod and go, "All right, I'm gonna mull this over and maybe back tomorrow."
I have a policy on not holding any armor, so if anyone else comes in and wants to buy one of the ones we have on stock, I can't guarantee they'll still be here. But if they are, you're free to come back and get it whenever you want.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Gives you a nod, and he picks him back up. You hear him grunt a little bit as he picks him back up, and he walks him back to the other room.
And Nell is then going to go to one of those other places that you said, like, it might be not as perfectly manicured, but,
Yeah. So, I mean, from talking to some of the people, there's some names that have been dropped around, and one of the ones they tell you to go to, it's just a house. And as you knock on the door and they answer, you see this very, very thin tiefling, younger, and they answer the door kind of out of breath a little bit, and they're like, "Yeah, can I help you?"
Hi, I was pointed in this direction for looking for a new set of armor.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'd be happy to help you out with that. He reaches out. He's like, "My name's Aguff, and you are."
My name is Nell.
No, nice to meet you. Come inside. I I don't have the money to set up a storefront just yet. I just got my official apprenticeship, and just started, doing this for money about a summer ago. He goes, but like I've been told that I do really good work, so, and he like takes you into a room, and his like living room he has basically retrofitted into this like workshop, and you see that there's a forge has been sort of retrofitted into like the fireplace, and then he has an anvil off to the side on a like a piece of like petrified wood, and he has shelving then on the different walls, and there's chain gloves and helmets and shields that you see in there. He's like, everything that you see here I made, and everything I do is fully custom.
Well, I was hoping to perhaps get some plate.
Oh, yeah, that we could do that. I'm a little shy on material that I would need, so I'd have to collect some money up front to do it, but what are you thinking? Looks, material, anything like that?
Definitely has to be able to keep up with, well, all the battles I end definitely with the Eclipsean Order, but other than that, something sleek. Since it's all custom, may as well put some form of an eclipse symbol on it.
Oh, you're one of the Eclipsean Orders. I heard that you were a big help with what's going on in the city.
Nell smirks and gives like a half bow jokingly and goes, well, we do our best.
He chuckles and he's like, yeah, I had to defend the house a little bit when all that crazy stuff was going on, so I'm glad that it ended sooner rather than later. And like as you start talking, like just kind of awkwardly, he like walks over and he grabs it off the shelf and he walks up to you, and you see him just pull out this tape measure, and like as you're talking, he just like starts measuring like your shoulder width. And
as he's doing that to make his life easier, they start like doffing the armor that they already have on, so he can get proper measurements.
Yeah, he doesn't really acknowledge that you're doing anything different, like that you're doing this to help. He just kind of like continues with the motions, and like just starts measuring like your arm length and everything, and he's taking notes. He's like, this would be my first full set of plate. This is really exciting.
Well, I'm glad to be a part of it, I suppose. Approximately how much would you be saying this would cost me?
Let me see. Like, I need, this and no one. So it's like Wow, that's a lot. No, 1, 2, 3. It's like that's like 100 platinum worth of material. So like 110 platinum.
Nell nods. Is like, I do have some components. Not sure if that could help bring things down. And they reach into their bag. They're pulling things out. They just like casually placing down uncommon and rares. Like
Yeah, they're
just
like
little
sifting through
bits
some of like the metals that you have, and they're like, you just carry this stuff around?
Well, when your life is on the road, you get used to hauling what you need. And I do have a friend who does some smithing, so metals are good for him. And I also have another friend who does another member of the order does tinkering, so some of the metals are good for him. And I gather stuff that they can use, just like they gather stuff that I can use, as I do lots of herbalism and I make potions, so yeah, I suppose I do just carry it around.
Like chuckles. You know, that's so weird. But yeah, how many pieces are you offering up?
I could give him like 20 uncommon.
Okay. Give me a persuasion roll. We're all on fire tonight.
I'm scared to roll now.
He
Jeez.
he starts like sifting through everything that you have. And you say you're gonna offer how many?
I was going for 20.
20? Okay. He says, if you're gonna give 20, he like starts pulling these out. He's like, well, I think with this should cover most of what I need. He goes, you want to just call it 25 plat for any of the additional material that I need in labor?
We'll call it 30.
He's like, fine, 24. Wait, what?
Nell just smirks and goes, well, we gotta get you starting somewhere, and although I'm supplying a lot of components, you have to make a profit so you can start that storefront.
Oh, that's thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I should be able to have it done in like 10, 12 days.
Perfect, because that's right about when we're heading out.
Let me know when you're leaving and I'll make sure I get it done, even if I gotta work day and night to knock it out.
Megan doesn't know the date off the top of their head, but they're like, well, we're leaving on XYZ date.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
Let's see. Is the calendar up to date?
No.
Is it the 10th? No.
Countdown up to date. I'm gonna have to go back like 7 episodes and figure out where we left off. It was like I stopped updating it like right before you got to Dune Scrawl. So I gotta figure out the time between there. Not many days off, but it's a couple days off. So yeah, go ahead and delete the 20 components.
And the 30 plat already did.
And the 30 plat, cool. And then And then and he'll ask you some more questions, like, is there any colors that you want the leather dyed or the cloth? Is there any details you want besides the Eclipsean symbol on it? He'll ask you for either like a drawing reference or something of the symbol so he can copy it down.
Yep. Nell goes through all that, and when he asks for the symbol, just kind of like grabs the tabard that's still basically being worn as like a weird butt cape half skirt thing. It just kind of like lifts it.
Okay. Yeah, and he'll sketch out like the look of it. And then he's like, "Yeah, thank you so much again. Are you guys staying at the Obsidian Boot?"
Yes, we are.
As soon as this is done, I'll send notice and I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. And if you need anything, also feel free to grab us.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You've done so much that you don't even know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you see, like, even before you start leaving, like, he like goes over to this small little hunk of wood that is a table, and you see him like start sketching out like the design onto it.
Cute.
All right. What else are you doing for the rest of the day?
No, at this point, we'll just wait around the tavern for whenever Thrain ends up finishing what he's doing and comes back to the boot.
Sure. Okay. So you head back there. Thrain, at the end of you helping out with everything, they go to pay you 4 gold. You're on mute.
It's fine. I'm just trying to help out where I can.
It's like, are you sure? You worked here all day, even after your break came back. It's like trying to push the coin onto you.
I'll take 2. I'll take some, but not gonna take it all.
All right, well, if you plan on coming back and helping, then I'll save these 2 for you tomorrow. And he sets them on the edge of the counter.
Sounds good. Plan on coming back if needed.
There's always things that need to be done, so.
Now I'm guessing this is like hard labor where I would have worked up a sweat.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and just basic common clothes, no armor, because I'm not expecting another fight, but I still got the Warhammer, because never without it. And then just dirty, grimy, walks in to the boot after the day and looks over at the bar.
Where Nella's already sitting, just looking in the direction of the entrance.
Side note, am I the only one seeing the chat flicker? Like, in-game chat?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm not
I
seeing that.
I think I need to update my graphics card then. Yeah, it's throwing a fit. I'm only 10 days late.
Don't do it right now.
No, God, no.
A game driver in the middle of stream?
Mm-hmm. Signal. Does Nell do anything?
They just kind of wave, hoping that he'll come, but if he's gonna go bathe and stuff, they're not gonna like drag him into the area to have the conversation.
He'll sigh and like, yeah, I do need a drink. Then walk over and sit down next to you.
And now we'll instantly order 2 of those dwarven shots.
Starting strong, I see.
Well, you look like you need it, and I want to see if I can handle it. And who else to laugh at me for it but you?
Fair. It's been a day.
It's been how long has it been since we got marked?
It's been a long year this month.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I wanted to start off by apologizing. I'm sorry I minced my words. It was not what I meant to have come across when I was talking to you before. I was trying to gather your stance, make sure I had properly understood how you had felt before this all started, not accuse, and then from there ask you what's going on. And I understand now that you were attempting to dissuade him, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, Thrain. I'm furious with Shogun, and that was not at all what I expect of him. And I'm clearly going to have to think of what to say to him, because at this point, if he's going to be disrespecting order, it's weird to call them orders towards him, uh, the plans of the order and just going rogue and doing that, I don't even know if we want him in the order. That's beside the point. I'm getting off track. Seriously, I'm so sorry that I hurt you. It's the last thing I was intending to do, Thrain.
Question for you, Cliff.
Shoot.
Is like a book of like a pad, like a notebook and a pen, something that would like most people would carry, or something I would have to specify that I had.
I mean, I'm not gonna throw a fit either way.
Okay.
If you think that Thrain would have one, then Thrain has one.
Okay. Rain will take his pack off his shoulder, and it's more of a not a full backpack, just more of
A day pack.
the day pack that has some small necessities in it. And he'll pull out a small notebook and I'll just hand it to you. Do. And then if you open it, you will find this. Just across a couple pages.
Thank you for keeping tabs of all that was said so that you could give a proper log of it. I really appreciate that.
Please don't think I did this for you. You'll notice that there's some tatters of a page that's missing from the front. No signs of what was there.
Nella's
if you care to notice.
cry about that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can have trouble remembering sometimes, so any conversations I use through sending, I try to write down.
Nil nods. It's not a bad idea. That way, you always have a log of them. It's not like anybody else could remind you other than that exact one individual. And I didn't think that you were doing this just for me. You're a good man, Thrain. You doing this because it's what you believe in, is trying to better Amethil as a whole. And I understand that.
Yeah.
I do have one request, though. This isn't the first time you've avoided telling me things right away out of fear of some form of an emotional reaction I might have. Excuse me. I was hoping that we could perhaps lay that practice to rest. There's been so much that has happened in the past few months, and I'm not who I was before we lost Ilarion. None of us are. Before we became Abyss-Kissed, we've learned a lot, we've grown a lot, and I'm far past my emotions taking over before the logic of defending Amethil as a whole is there.
I can see that you've always had Amethil at your heart, but there's been times you tend to overreact to things. And I didn't need you overreacting to something I was still trying to figure out how I felt about it. I didn't need you trying to necessarily control a situation where there's not much I could have done. I follow for lack of a better term, orders because I agree with him. Not because I blindly follow orders. And I didn't want to have to go against your wishes.
I don't expect you to fully block and blindly follow my orders. Again, for lack of a better term, when I have been saying what I would like us to do, I try to keep up with saying things along the lines of, what do you guys think? Looking for thoughts and opinions on anyone else. You guys are my most trusted allies. You are my friends. You are my brothers at arms, and I trust you, and I trust your opinions. And that's why I ask. So we can work together.
How would you have reacted in the moment
I'll be back in one
when
second.
we're walking? Let me remember where we were walking.
We were between Dune Scroll and Sandscale when
Yeah.
the first message came through.
Mm-hmm. Through the Dragon Sands, hot, annoyed with the heat, exhausted. How would you have reacted in the moment if I told you what he was doing? No time to think about it.
I will obviously would have been disappointed in him and would have tried to help think of things to say to him that might dissuade him, but I don't believe that I would have had an intensely emotional reaction.
Okay.
I just want us to work together on things, and I don't want us to get distracted on who we were before this all happened. Because I'm not that person anymore. And you're not the person you were anymore. None of us are. But another thing I wanted to discuss is that you've been acting rather different lately, and I'm not sure if it was since you had the dreams that involved your god, or since you acquired this replica wand of Orcus, and I just want to make sure that you're okay. You've been acting filled with anger, and I'm worried for my friend.
I'm not sure how you get your powers. I'm not sure how paladins work, so to say. But after everything that I saw, I say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, think the wrong thing. All of this, and you'll see just his mug light up from, what would you know him casting light spell, would just be gone as light goes out. Could you be gone? And I need something. If I lose all that, I'm worthless to the order. I can't hold my weight in with you guys. I become a liability at that point. I need to be able to do something where I can actually have a backup plan in case something, whether it was actually the Hag Countess doing that or if it was another vision entirely. Something like that actually does happen. I need to not be a failure. And he'll finish whatever drink he has.
Nell will finish their drink as well, and I'm just gonna roll a con save. Fuck yeah, apparently Nell can take dwarven shots.
You're too focused on the conversation.
Like you watch their face like do like a, but they manage despite that, keeping the conversation coherent. So you drawing power from your anger so that you can have the physical capabilities to help us, even if for some reason someday your god were to decide that you would fail them.
My father always told me I should have a backup plan. He was the one who initially got me into fighting.
Nell puts their hand on Thrain's arm. You can use your anger like a tool, just don't lose yourself in it. You're a good man, and I don't want you to lose track of that. And if you ever need to talk about any of these things that are filling you with any form of emotion, know that I'm here. Sure, as the leader of the Eclipsean Order, but as an ally, as a sibling at his arms, but most importantly, as your friend, Thrain.
Yeah.
I know it's not easy. And I know the fear of losing all that you have power-wise. You were there when I took my oath to keep the extraplaners at bay, defend Amethil and Argus as a whole from otherworldly beings who may harm it. I kind of toe the line of where that could be a problem any day with how close we are with Desmond, and depending on what happens with his family, I could lose all of my abilities if Desmond is wrong, and when I help bring his family over, they attack aggressively. My oath broken, my powers will be gone.
Damn.
Yeah, it's not easy. Takes a lot of thought for a lot of this. Trying to manage it all and make sure I'm not getting too close in ways that could possibly lead to me making deals in any way, because those sort of deals and agreements are things that could shatter the oath, even sometimes without you realizing that what you've said is so powerful a statement that it could do so. I fear losing it all too. But I know in my heart I'll do everything in my power to uphold the oath when it comes to defending Amethil to my last breath and beyond. And I know that, just as I know that you are a faithful worshiper of your God, and I don't think Morden would turn on you, we've got this.
Let's hope so. And then I would assume that he would have ordered another drink after he finished his first one. He'll finish the one he has. Well, I need to bathe. I'm tired.
Good night, Thrain.
Good night. Walk upstairs and bathe.
All right. And as the day starts to wind down, now give me a intelligence check at disadvantage.
At the end of the day, I will try to attune the wand again.
Okay.
Just something
Before-
that every night.
Before bed, Nell will be going to check on Roderick, considering they have not seen him at all today.
That's what the intelligence check is for.
Okay.
After that conversation and after the absurdly strong dwarven drink that you're drinking, to try to see if you remember to go check in on Roderick or not, but you're good. So that would be the thought that would hit your mind after you finish your drink. It's like, hey, you know who I haven't seen today?
Buzz just like, huh. Fuck. Goes and knocks on his door.
No answer.
Knocks slightly louder. Roderick, you okay in there?
No answer.
No, we'll try for the handle.
It's unlocked.
And they go in. Look around the room. Roderick.
John, from my knowledge on this, so would Roderick have grabbing? What the fuck did I just say? Would Roderick have would Roderick have grabbed his belongings, like his satchel and all that jazz?
I mean, he just has what he carries on him, but
His
like, would you have carried like your pack or anything like that?
yeah, just his pack, like something he can always grab in a hurry.
Okay. So basically all of like Roderick's normal possessions that would have been there are not. So just for fun, because I like being evil, give me a investigation roll, please.
Sure.
You find an old lady hair.
With that 20, they might have. Okay. So you notice that on the end table, like right next to the bed, that there is a piece of paper, and sort of scribbled on it, you see a note that says, went on a little trip. Be back in a few days. Roderick.
Just gonna... Drunk Nell does not remember that Roderick is literate. I don't think a 13 is enough for a drunk individual to remember that their friend is illiterate. Just be like, okay.
I mean, you find
Weird
it
he
strange.
left without telling us.
Yeah.
Hope he brings me back something nice.
Yeah. In the morning, though, remember, and be like, what the fuck? Hold on. That 13's wild because I had told myself 14 for them being like, wait a second.
So arbitrary. 14.
15 felt too high, and then I was like, 14.
Yeah, so you find that note.
Nell leaves it in case any of the other friends stop by and just goes to their room. We're gonna try a new berry.
That's not what I wanted to know, though.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Oh.
I'm
That's
assuming
why.
the Scully berries are still there, Cliff.
Yeah, so it'd be still the same 5 that you had last time.
Right. Pop the green one.
Pop Molly, I'm sweating.
Cliff, how were? Trying to think how to word this. How do clerics prepare spells? If that makes sense. Like, what is the process? 'Cause I know, like wizards, they have their tome that they go through.
Yeah, I think it's more like they, like, for lack of better way of saying this, like they prey on it.
Okay.
So,
So
like,
like it'd be some trying to
Burden-
kind of meta-ing this.
Today.
Kind of meta-ing this. So like say in the morning while Thrain's getting up and around preparing spells, say Nell happened to barge in, bring something up. Is that something in the middle of that I could, change what spells are being prepared?
sure.
Especially considering Nell wakes up 2 hours before you.
I have thoughts on things but I can't say anything right now.
Okay.
So as you pop the green berry in your mouth, it has almost like an acidic taste to it, kind of like a sour candy for a moment, and as you consume it, you feel this warmth rush through you for a moment, and you get this feeling that you've had after mixing some potions in the past, and you would know that this berry would give you resistance to poison for 1 hour.
What does that do to the drunkenness? Alcohol is technically a poison.
Since how it's resistance to poison, it wouldn't do anything for it because the poison's already in. It's not a cure for poison.
True.
If you'd have ate that before you drank, you probably would have been a little bit more sober. You'd have been soberer.
Yeah. And where I handled my shot well, it was still a dwarven shot. And I'm still an elf.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. And sleepy time.
Okay. Desmond, after you get done assisting there, one of the guard tells you, you were there for a little while, like after you cleared out the people that were waiting to be seen. There was a short period of time, maybe 20 minutes or so, where like nobody was there. And one of the Dragon Guard came and said, I think that it's safe to call it for the night if you want. I know it's a little bit early, but we're going to start breaking down these field tents, and he like kind of points over off in the distance, like behind the temple. He says, well, there's a few cleric houses if you want to continue to help. Most of them, they have their own fellowship, but in a time like this, I don't see them turning down assistance.
Desmond, as they tear down, removes his plague doctor mask. If the emergency medical services are being distinguished, then my job is done and I am going to get some rest.
He gives you a nod. He says, "Yeah, I think that for the most part, all the big crises have been averted. It'll be just normal services going forward."
Nods. If there is any widespread disease that becomes of this attack, find a way to contact the White Lotus of Aniratima. If you want me specifically, you can contact the Black Lotus, and I will be here as soon as possible.
It's just a regular ass guard. He's like taken back by all this. He's like, okay, the white and black lotuses, got it.
And switches out the Plague Doctor mask for his regular black one and walks off.
So do you like take your mask off and put the other one on in front of this guy?
Mhm.
Oh wow. He don't realize what a privilege that was. The peasant, he's unaware. Yeah, so you head back to the booth then. Anything else you want to do for the night?
I guess nothing that he can really do just with his own belongings. So nothing else, just reviewing his notes for the rest
Okay.
of the night.
Okay. Then you head back to your room for the night. Thrain, before we call it here, as you settle down after your bath and you're just sort of sitting on the bed afterwards, and you look over at this mace again, and every time you look at this thing, like you feel like it's positioned in a way where it's looking back at you. And you grab it to try to attune to it again. And again, like as you pick it up and you start focusing on it, you start hearing like those whispers again. Go ahead and give me a religion roll DC 15.
Not that I'm not.
Oh.
Not that I want to do this, but if I'm not mistaken, I should still have a -1 from the exhaustion, right? It's
You
not
would,
there.
yeah. Oh, did it go away?
It did.
It had for some reason.
Okay, yeah. So this would be your last day of it, so you would still have a -1 on that.
Yeah. Okay. I can still roll, apparently.
So like you start focusing on the whispers, and all of a sudden you start making out words from it. And the words, you're basically hearing it say there is a lock, you hold the key. Would you please give me either what would it be? A history. It'd be just history. Yeah. I need a history roll, DC 15.
Too tired.
-1. And as you're focusing on these words, all of a sudden it starts to become muffled again, the clarity of the words not resonating with you, you hear the whispers die down. And you're left just with the pondering of what it meant.
He'll get up, put it on the other side of the room where it was. And just lay back down pondering it, just thinking about it, going to bed.
All right. Everyone heads off to sleep. Would everyone please... you're probably going to have to type this in. I don't know if you'll be able to just roll it. You might be able to, though. I'm not sure. But can everybody give me a D100 minus 5, please? That's all 4 of you.
I don't like that.
You don't like my 3?
Those are never good when they're near the ends.
I think
John.
it's a great 3.
John needs you to roll one as well.
Minus 5.
That wasn't it.
You just grabbed the last
We're going to
one.
call that an 81.
Too bad.
Oh,
It's
look at you.
50 even.
Mr. Middle of the Road. He's the results guy.
That's right.
Okay. What is everyone's plan for today?
Nell's going to wake up and go to start stretching and get ready to do the training that they didn't do yesterday, so they were going to kick their ass today, and then it dawns on them. Roderick's illiterate! Who wrote that note? And so they're going to kind of scramble and knock on Thrain's door and be like, did you, even though it's well before he should be awake.
He ain't gonna respond the first time.
He'll just hear
He's still sleeping off.
Then.
He's still sleeping off the exhaustion.
Then the footsteps scamper down the hall and are knocked on Desmond's door, who will definitely be awake.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond, I went to go check on Roderick because we didn't see him at all yesterday, and there was a note in his room that said he would be away for a few days, signed his name. I don't know if you've noticed, but Roderick can't read or write.
I have noticed, yes.
I'm not sure if he's okay considering that. You seem to be very astute noticing details. I don't know if you can figure out what the hell's happened.
Do you have the note? Or do you want me to look in his room?
Little column A, little column B. I don't have the note on me now.
Okay. Shuts the book, places it down, walks over.
And we go to Roderick's room. Where we find the note.
Just says, went on a trip. Be back in a couple days.
Yep.
Roderick.
That's when, looks at the note, flips it over, flips it back, flips it over, flips it back, and places it down.
Nell's looking around the room for any form of was this room broken into? Was he taken out somehow?
Yeah, I mean, nothing on the surface seems amiss.
He seems too proud usually to admit that he doesn't do that. So I wasn't sure. I don't think he would ask the concierge to write it for him. I mean, we could ask them, but
Desmond's going to take 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic.
Is Nell planning on going and asking if anybody like seen during that 10 minutes?
yeah, Nell will be heading to the front desk and be like, "Hi, one of my friends that has been staying here. I was wondering if you've seen him at all yesterday or through the night. Uh, Roderick wears a cowboy hat, long jacket, dark skin, human.
Like, I remember. I don't know if it was yesterday. Maybe the day before. I know who you're referring to, though. Is something wrong?
It's just that he's not in his room. Did he have anybody write a note for him that you are aware of?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay.
If you
They'll
want,
just kinda, like, tap
we can
their fingers
call
on the
the.
counter. No, you're good. We're good. They were gonna sigh and walk away.
So yeah, if you want, we can call the Dragon Guard if we need to set up any sort of search party for them.
No, it's all right. I'll figure it out. Nell nods and returns to the room to see how Roderick's doing. Nope, Desmond's doing. And the whole
I can tell you how Roderick's
temple
doing. He ain't there.
Yes.
So after the 10 minutes are up, Desmond, and your detect magic goes off. Nothing inside this room gives you any inherently magic detection. Within the range of what you can detect, I mean, you can detect magic in different areas of the building. But like nothing in here is jumping out at you. The piece of paper specifically is just a piece of paper.
And he's gonna do like a light look over of the bed, the door, and just like real quick to be thorough, but just trying to go back to his room.
Okay. Give me an investigation roll. See if you get Sherlock Holmes this.
Oh. I was like,
You give everything a look over, and I mean, like, the bed is made, but it has deformities in it, sort of like someone was laying on top the covers. You don't notice any sign of a scuffle. The note, you've never seen Roderick's writing or anything like that, but like looking at it, you could see Roderick writing that note. Like, it looks like, if you were to guess what Roderick's handwriting would look like, it looks like that. Like, nothing seems off.
Desmond will just like stand there for a second, about to walk out, turns around, makes the bed, turns it back around, then walks out. Like folding the corners like fucking slob. Then walks out of the room.
Y'all's gonna worry about it, but there's not really any evidence or anything that can be done at this point.
Yeah, and outside of that, the rest of the day is fairly uneventful. What does everyone have plans to do?
I'll go back and do the same thing I did the previous day. Pretty much the exact same day, except hopefully not a fight.
Okay.
And hopefully not a crit failure.
Uh-huh.
They didn't
No.
specify that, Megan. You did. Doesn't count.
Null's going to the barracks and spending the day with Fenris and just learning what they can about, leadership and the guards and thinking through it all.
Okay. Is there anything you're trying to get out of it?
Nope. Just Nell themselves, roleplay wise, is trying to get a feel for understanding what it's like to be a more authority-like figure.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you notice while you're there that like there's a distinct difference between the way that the High Blade speaks to his captain versus how he speaks to the guard. You get the impression that like his relationship with the captain is a closer relationship than with the guard in general, and when it's like just him and the captain, it's a much more relaxed, much more casual type conversation, though the High Blade still does command respect. So you've seen a few times when even the captains, if they get a little bit too comfortable in the conversation, he reminds them of their place. With the guard, it's a much more yes sir, no sir type relationship. He's never cruel to them or anything like that, but like there is a very clear hierarchy that is obeyed.
Got it.
And yeah, and then other than that, he'll in between some of the events that are going on, when he has time to just talk with you just one on one, he'll sort of impart some of that onto you as well. Like, you have to find the balance. You need your people to respect you and like you, but at the end of the day, you are their leader, and what you say needs to be done. It's easy for people who get close and then think, because of our friendship, that I don't have to also respect your authority. And you need to make sure that they are clear that that is not the case.
It's difficult because I want to command respect while also showing respect and valuing their thoughts on matters. And I'm having a hard time balancing that.
It's never easy to do. But at the end of the day, the responsibility of it falls on your shoulders. Take their counsel as that, but execute under the understanding that whether it succeeds or it fails, that falls on you. So if you're not comfortable with the decision you're making, don't make it.
Wise advice indeed. Thank you. And if you and Fenris are brothers, how come tippy tap of the ears?
He gives you a
Don't
little
get me wrong,
smile.
you look alike, but very different at the same time.
He gives you a smile and he sits down in his chair. He says, "Well, we're not blood. His father found me abandoned on the side of the road and raised me as his own. Any similar characteristics, or we'll call it a product of the environment. We've gotten it all our lives that we had the same eyes or we had the same facial features, and we always laughed it up with one another. But blood does not define family.
No. You're definitely family at heart. Your magic felt the same. That was the first way I was curious as to who you were. It was the first time I had felt him since we lost him.
I carry his memory with me.
As do I.
We may have sworn different oaths, but at the end of the day, we both had the same goal. Just keeping everyone safe.
I feel like that is a large number of paladins. That's how our oath end up.
Usually the intention is there. But some go about it in ways that I would not necessarily condone.
Of course. I agree. No one is perfect, but most of us try to be.
I appreciate having you here. You're a fond memory of his teachings. Though I will say, you are a bit of a distraction. Sits back and chuckles.
I can leave.
You're fine. rather have you close by anyways. That way at least I know I have a competent blade if shit goes down.
I didn't realize just how competent my blade was until recently. I've been working with my comrades so hard for so long. It's hard to see your improvement when everybody is improving with you at the same rates until you start to see other people fighting as well. And you notice, even though you know that they are good fighters, the level you're at is above them. You know? I didn't realize we were as powerful as we were. It just happened.
The more you abide by the oath, trust in it, the stronger you'll find yourself becoming. I feel every day my bond with my word improves, and I'm stronger today more so than I was yesterday. But that also comes with the leadership. Leadership is being able to identify the strengths and weaknesses in others and learn how to leverage their strengths and how to cover for their weaknesses.
You've given me a lot to think about.
If you need anything, you know where I'm at. I need to do a
And you
quick
know where I
patrol,
am.
but I should be back here in an hour or two, depending on how many stops we make. Need to show the city that the guard is still strong, that our presence is known.
I'll be with those digging.
Is there much? Oh, I see digging down towards the cavern.
Yeah.
He does like a knock on the desk and then stands up, and then the dog barks because I knocked. Uh,
Damn it, Mars!
he does just kind of a knock, and he just sits there for a second. He pushes himself up, and he grabs his sword, and he gives you a nod as he walks out. All right, Desmond, what are you doing today?
Working on his weapon, then afterwards seeing if there's any like libraries of worth noting, checking out.
Sure. Yeah, so when you say of worth, what
Of note,
what does
worth
that mean
checking
to
out.
Desmond?
I guess something that looks like it has a pretty wide selection to choose from instead of just like two bookshelves and a coffee table and shit like that. An actual like place of knowledge rather than just a small little bookshop.
Okay. So not really. There there is a bookshop there, so a bookstore, a book binder rather. And though it is a small building, I mean, it is like walls of books. So there are dozens, if not hundreds, of books in there. It's not like any sort of grand library or anything like that, but As far as sand scale goes, it's a big library.
Um, I guess if that's like the only place of note around, then he'll just spend his time there.
Okay. Um. So as you go inside there, it's an old couple that's running the place, and as they are you walking in with like your full garb?
Always, yeah.
Okay. And you're also not bearing any Eclipsean stuff, right?
Nope.
Okay. So, as you come in, they kind of give you a puzzled look for a second, and they're like, hello, welcome to the bindery. Do you have any books that need restoration, or are you looking to see some of the books that we've collected?
Browsing, yes.
Yeah. If you have any questions about any of the text, please let me know. He like points over to a section off to the side, and he's like, the books over there are the oldest that we have. Please be gentle with them. If you break any of the bindings, you will be responsible for the cost of repairs. And then he says, and he like points over to a different area. He says, and all of these have been fully restored. They're much more capable of being handled.
Nods and just starts browsing.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Anything on the Shadowfell, and depending on if that brings up any books at all, then he would try to gain some kind of knowledge on like tales or stories of magical items on Amethil.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a percentile die. Yeah, so as far as the Shadowfell regards, you do come across some books of it, but the way that they read is more of storybook than fact. Like as you read into some of the stories of it, having the intimate knowledge of the Shadowfell, you quickly are taken aback by just how blatantly wrong some of the details are in this book. Almost to the point of like infuriation.
Yeah, he'll read like first sentence, skip a chapter, first sentence, skip a chapter, then seeing if anything stands out.
Honestly, there's probably nothing in there that would be of new knowledge, other than like kind of expanding on Desmond's disdain for like the material plane further, like just how blatantly wrong things are.
And after that yields nothing, he's going to start looking up the magical items and any kind of folklore or anything like that of Amethil. End goal is he's trying to see if there's any kind of like Shatterkai or Raven Queen artifacts that have been lost on Amethil that he can recover himself.
Sure. Nothing obviously of that, like that direct or that black and white. But yeah, maybe there's some details about things that you could pick up that sort of pique your interest, like sort of hoping for some truth between the pages of fiction. The one thing that would catch your attention out of all that would be a story that references a sort of ley line between this plane and the Shadowfell within the Towering Wilds. If the story is to be believed, that under the right conditions, that there would be a way to actually move from the material plane to the Shadowfell through a certain area of the Towering Wilds. Nothing as large as what Desmond would want, but maybe a start of thinking of how to get things in motion.
Copying whatever information he can pull from that into his own tome and leaving to do his own research or working on his tool.
Yep. You can go and do that roll if you want.
What do I need to pass?
15.
Desmond hits a rough spot where he's not making any progress. He stands up, angles it so he can see the whole thing in front of him. Hands behind his head, his back. His eyes flicker a bright white again, and gives himself a +3 to this roll, and calling on some knowledge, he gets it up to a 16.
What are you using for that?
What is it called?
It's called bullshit.
Flash this.
Don't get me wrong, it's great. I'm just saying it's called bullshitting the system.
I can do it for you guys too.
I figured.
Literally no one has been within 30 feet of Desmond in the past 2 days. Like that roll you made, a tuning, I was like, I could make him pass if I was there.
Well, see, how far away are you, though? In the hotel.
All right. Yeah, so you, as you're starting to do the research for this, like, you had, like, this mental index of, like, the components you would need and, like, how they would all start fitting together. And as you're starting to actually, like, solidify the design for this, suddenly, like, where things were fitting together before, they're just not fitting together, and it's not making sense to you mentally. So you get up and you kind of stand back from it, and as you sort of make this projection of the design that you're working on, that's when you start to see it, like, from that like, you know, that 300-foot view that you looking down on it, you start to see, like, where your mistake was. And it's just a simple ordering of, like, which components need to go first. And stepping back to actually see that, then you realize where your mistake was. How many more of those you got?
Flash of Genius?
No. Successes that you need.
Successes. I already checked off this one. I need 3 more.
Okay. But see, I thought I had it in your weapons. I didn't realize you had the hidden for preparation and all that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, another thing I forgot to tell you earlier is if you were to have pulled out any of the berries this morning, you would have noticed that they are basically just crumbled dust in your pocket at this point. Like, what were berries? As soon as you touch them, they kind of...
Like pocket tots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure if I go to fiddle with Gully again, they would have new berries.
Correct, yeah. Thrain.
Mm-hmm.
Can I please have your Arcana or Religion roll for Consecration? A dirty 20.
Much better.
After you finish assisting with it this time, the High Cloth tells you, like, you know, that they are expecting a group of people to be arriving today. So this should be the last day that you have to do this. And he does mention, you know, you're welcome to continue assisting if you want to. It'll be much less pressure once we have our numbers up. But, you know, you have better things to do than need to be worrying about coming here every day.
I appreciate being able to help out.
Well, your efforts are appreciated as well. So, by all means, you're free to continue helping, but by no means are you obligated.
Nodding. Go change and get back to work.
All right. So yeah, so your day goes uneventful outside of that. Anything of note anybody plan on doing during the daytime?
I mean, unless something interesting happens while Nell's out at the dig site.
I feel like we got most of the role playing we wanted to get done in Sandskill. Done for the most part, at least. Unless...
Desmond's gonna go find Thrain once the day starts to end.
I love watching the random Roderick rolls.
Uh-huh.
This might be a really bad time for Desmond to go and find Thrain.
Uh-oh. Wait, hang on. So it's end of day?
Mm-hmm.
End of day as in, like,
he
after we got back?
He would know when time the consecration thing's going on because he's watched the medical people leave
I'd say that's
multiple days now. So like
pretty
he
much
would be
noon.
he would be waiting outside as the people leave after the concentration because he knows that's where Thrain's gonna be.
Okay. Well, I guess in full vestments, he'll walk out of the temple.
Desmond's standing there just waiting. Thrain, may I have a word?
Of course. I do have a job to get back to here shortly, but
This should only take a few seconds and hopefully not a lot of your energy. Are you using any sort of magic in the work that you're doing at the moment?
no, just moving some stuff for people.
Would you mind expending some of your abilities for me?
Of course. What do you need?
The way you contacted Nell's mentor, are you able to do that at the moment?
No, it's something I prepare overnight.
Unless we have a change of plans, would you mind prepping that in regards to contacting Roderick tomorrow? If he returns,
Hang on. It has been quiet. How long has it been gone?
I was too preoccupied with other tasks to remember to ask. Nell was the one that was more worried about this, and I figured if they had not come to you to ask for this request yet, I might as well have, since it's a surefire way to get a answer and put this worry to rest.
How do we know he's gone? Like, it's just not out wandering around like in the city.
There's a forged note. I don't know if forged is the correct term since Roderick doesn't really have a writing style to imitate, but someone left a note signed under his name that he was going to be out for a few days.
That's odd. Any other issues with that?
No. It was not a pressing task in my mind, so I waited until I knew where to find you to ask.
Yeah, I will definitely get that ready for the morning.
Don't mind me, just Megan being, duh.
See, if you think back on the conversation I had with Cliff, you know, say you barge into the room, interrupt me preparing my spells.
Listen, you didn't answer.
I'm not gonna put that in your head. I'm gonna wait for Nell to figure that out.
Well, Megan is a dumb whore. I'm so
Hey,
proud of
hey,
myself,
hey,
right?
you stop that. Stupid bitch, maybe. Dumb whore, absolutely not.
You're stressed and worried about
Need my
Roderick.
dumb bitch juice.
Do you and he like pulls out his coin bag, require compensation for this?
If I didn't know that it would hurt you, I might smack you for that. How long have we been traveling together?
This isn't a pressing task. It is to ease a mind, and I don't know if you have other plans in mind that may hinder you.
Hang on. I haven't cast a spell in days. Besides this, but this doesn't even phase me. It's just a simple ritual.
Are you able to do the mind message as a ritual?
Stand by. Here is sending that message. Right? Sending. I forgot. Sending's level 3. That's why I was so limited on how many uses I had. Okay.
Yeah, see? Now it ain't that far-fetched that Desmond wants to pay you for this.
Phil.
That's like
No.
fucking Desmond's life force right there. He cast a level 3 spell. He might die.
No, but it's nothing that is too difficult. I can only do it twice in a day though.
Well, if magic has not been a concern for the past few days, then hopefully it will continue not to be a concern and we can do this without worry.
Yeah. Also, when I said it is a simple ritual to cast, was there anybody else around?
People walking by.
So the other members of the cloth just looking at him like, simple? Motherfucker.
I mean, do you want there to have been?
Not really.
There were 19.
I mean, I'll say no. I don't think too many people would be. For one, I don't assume you two are just standing in front of the temple talking. Like, I assume you'd be walking and like having the conversation. So I'll say no. I mean, unless you were being a dick about it, like
No.
waiting for someone to walk by. Like, no, it's just a simple ritual.
No, Thrain's more self-conscious about it. Like, I do this for a living. I know they do too, but I have to fight with my magic. But no.
Like, these poor fuckers over here can barely do the shit.
Remind me, who's the one that crit failed last time?
Right.
As we
talk about that, High Cloth.
As we walk into the obsidian boot, well, as a show of thanks, I owe you one.
Question from the fight yesterday. Would the vestments be messed up at all, considering I got stabbed and grabbed and...
I said I would be nice and not do that, but you can feel free to...
Cause I mean, they're not going to be perfect after that.
It's up to you. I mean, you knowing that you're wearing these, you could have taken every precaution that, like, if you seen the hit was unavoidable or something like that, that you purposefully, like, leaned into it in a way that, like, you're taking the hit in a different area, so, like, your arms are all cut to hell, but, like, your chest is still pristine. Or you get punched in the face when it normally would have been just, like, a chest shot, but you, like, moved into it to avoid your clothes getting hit. It's up to you.
Actually, if you could, these are very old. Looking down at his vestments after the fight yesterday, if you could make sure they're still in pristine condition after I change out of them, that'd be great.
I will be in my room. Feel free to come in, lay them down, and I'll look over them.
Thank you.
Are you guys just, like, in the, like, lobby talking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
Where
say, walking up or wherever we ended up having that conversation.
Okay. Where's Nell at? Like towards the end of the day.
I mean, when it starts to get dark and those at the dig site are no longer digging, they will come back looking exhausted because they've been spending all day working on trying to get to the Temple of Old.
Okay. So Nell, is you
Killing it, John!
as
Don't worry, the results guy is all over it.
John's playing golf. Lower is
Need a
better in this
deception check.
scenario.
May I say you have a very lovely wife.
What a hottie.
Except this time he didn't throw up.
Just thought about it.
Mm-hmm. Very close.
It's all under control.
I'll be hearing about it tomorrow, I can tell you that much.
And Nell's not doing much. They're actually going to be out at the stables just hanging out with their horse for a while, just taking some time to really think about stuff.
I'm confused. The combat
what?
tracker says I have 14 wounds, but my character sheet says I don't.
They're mental.
Mm-hmm.
It's emotional damage.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be midday, though, when Desmond and I are having this conversation?
Oh yeah. You guys were doing it between. Okay, yeah. So it's not
And
ended
then-
yet.
Thrain went back, did his thing, or dropped off the vestments, and then went back to work, and then begrudgingly took the last 2 gold that he offered from the previous day, and then went back home, got a drink.
Okay. All right. So at the end of the day, you would go back, have a drink. Desmond, what would you do at the end of the day?
I guess he would be looking over the vestments.
Okay.
I don't think there'd be much damage to him.
Yeah, just making sure like stitching and stuff is still holding securely.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess cleaning by hand rather than through magic. Don't know if any kind of like anything might get taken away if he does any kind of magic on it.
Just lovingly, like look as a craft almost, fine tuning everything.
I'd say, because there is actual metal woven into the fibers, too. There is electrum woven in.
What's that?
Ew.
Very old materials. Just like his amulet.
All right, so you would have a drink after. Would Desmond stop in when like Thrain's having a drink or anything like that, or would Desmond just go straight to their room?
Probably just straight to the room.
Okay.
He ordered room service the first time he was here, and they allowed it, so he's just been doing that.
Okay.
Pays the premium, doesn't care.
Right?
And Nell, when you're done working, would you be heading to have a drink? Would it be heading straight to like a bath? What would it be?
They're gonna go wash up and then head down for a drink.
Okay.
Because they are
Um,
sweating, stinky, and don't want to be.
give me a con save just to see if you how exhausted you are after this. Pretty exhausted.
Oof.
All right.
But is it a 3? It's a 3.
Yeah. So I am gonna say you do have one level of exhaustion on you. Um, so yeah. So your day after having chats with the High Blade and Council, when you actually head out, like you're starting to realize just how arduous it is to physically have to do anything in the desert heat. Like once that midday sun starts hitting on you, it is just treacherous. And uh, while you're waiting for that crew to arrive, which should be tomorrow, to assist with this digging, like it is a lot of shovel scooping with hands. People have used a little bit of the magic to try to do things, but like with their limited capabilities, there's not a whole lot that they're doing with it. And given the fact of how loose the sand is for most of the top layer of it, it's like every one shovelful that you scoop out, basically 80% of it's back in by the time the second shovelful's out. So it's almost like chasing your tail, trying to get this going. But you're making
Infuriating for
some
a long
progress with it.
time.
Yeah, you're making progress, just obviously not as much as anybody would want. Not as much as everybody would want you to.
Yeah. Expected progress, but not fun progress.
Yeah. And as you head back to the boot, you would see Thrain already there having a drink as you head up for a quick bath. Thrain, can I please have a perception roll? As you're having a drink at the bar, in the tavern, you notice a group of 5 people come in that are all wearing similar attire to one another. Uh, the looks of it are nondescript, nothing really standing out other than the fact that they're all dressed similar. And as they enter, you see them talking amongst each other, and you see them like looking around the room, and then you see one of them tap someone on the shoulder and then point at you, and then you start seeing the group of 5 start heading in your direction.
Instinctively, he's sitting at the bar, just reach down, loosely have his hand by his warhammer, be leaning down against the bar, just watching him.
And one of them walks up to the table that you're at, pulls out the chair and sits down, and they kind of just like sit down and cross their arms, and as they do, you see the other 4 start to surround the table in a semicircle, and he's just sitting there and he's like, "You're one of those Eclipsean people, huh? We got a bounty that has a pretty nice price. To bring you guys back. Now, I was told by the guard that we're not to start anything here. But you see, me and my friend here, we have a bet. Now I said, if I were to challenge you outside these walls, that you'd be man enough to accept. Now he, on the other hand, thinks you're too yellow for it. So what do you say?
What's keeping your friends from joining in on this challenge?
Nothing.
Only a fool would take a one-sided challenge where, what, 5-on-1?
More like 15.
Sounds like to be a fool.
Well,
Now, question for you, Cliff.
yeah.
I did say I was sitting at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Is barmaid anywhere nearby?
Sure, you can flag one down.
Mm-hmm. Just lock eyes with them, just for a second, and just look at the people around me.
They walk over like, yeah, you need something? Your
Possibly.
friends need something?
Right out of town for them would be nice.
The one that you were
I
talking
take-
to kind of chuckles a little bit, and he's like, nah, we have every right to be here.
Didn't say you didn't.
So how about all friendly like we all head outside?
I think I'll stay here.
Guess I owe you 10 gold. He is too yellow. He slides the chair out and he stands up. We'll catch you around. And he gives one of them a nod, and they all 5 start heading out.
Okay. I keep drinking.
A few minutes later, you would see Nell coming from their room, headed to the bar.
I will specifically call Nell over.
And now we'll approach.
Sit,
Yeah,
please.
what's going on?
Very
Like,
dead
you
serious
see
right now.
Liar on the counter, like reading the emotion on his face. What's going on, Thrain?
There are people here that'd like to complete the bounty on our heads.
Wonderful. Luckily, Fenris and his men will not allow.
Apparently, there are 15 of them. And I was just kindly informed by them that they would be in the area after one of them had challenged me to a 15-on-1 fight.
Wonderful. So we should certainly keep together. I guess this means I can't be working on helping with the dig. Moving outside the walls means we are no longer in the protection of the walls, unless there are guards with us.
I don't think that matters.
Who knows?
There wouldn't be enough. If they're willing to come after us, they know how strong we are. There are 15 of them.
Then we keep it within the walls.
That we do.
There's not too many days until we'll be heading over to Durian to
We,
be a transporter.
we still have
I
more than a
say-
week.
I say we report to Fenris that this is a situation. You can describe the individuals in question. And we remain armed.
That we do.
That we do. We can share room from this point out if you wish.
No.
We have the ability to put an alarm on the room so that I will be aware if anybody is attempting to come in.
I do too. It just... is more than I'd like to do, but... Yeah. But it can be done. Mm. Sorry, I'm reading this spell description.
Yeah, it's okay.
And is there anything that you all want to do before you close out the night?
Try to attune.
Yeah, tuning is a downtime activity, right?
Yeah.
Nope, nothing.
Well, for the first time publicly, Nell is going to perform the song that they had written, Shadow of the Eclipse, of the whole story of the loss of the other portion of the Eclipsean Order.
Okay. Are you going to sing the whole song for us?
It's not in this reality written, so no.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I wanna put the spotlight on Megan and just let you sing the whole song.
No.
Alright. Give me a performance roll. Not too shabby. So Thrain, as you get up and start walking away, you hear Nell pick up there's a lyre, isn't it?
Yes.
And begin singing this song that you quickly identify as sort of the tale of the Eclipsean Order. And it's the first time that you've heard this song before. And it's actually beautifully done. Almost to the point of, like, as you're walking away before you get to the stairs, like, you have to, like, stop for a moment just to appreciate it. as does the patrons of the tavern.
Me knowing the background or knowing everything about it, knows what it's about, but is there any to the unknown? Do they know what it's about, or does it sound like it's a song?
No, it's the story. It's like Nell is at this point just telling.
Okay. We'll listen for a moment, and then he's gonna head upstairs.
All right. So yeah, you make it back upstairs. In the confines of your room, like,
I'm gonna swing by Desmond's room first.
okay.
I'll knock.
Come in, come in. Need my room service.
We have a problem.
Like, me and you specifically?
No. That'd be easy enough to take care of. We just talked that out. There are bounty hunters here.
Oh, fun.
I was just ever so kindly advised that they would be around in town for a while after one of them challenged me to a 15-on-1 fight.
Did they look like we should be worried?
Cliff? Like, you said there's nothing substantial about them.
No, I mean, they looked like they were capable fighters.
Mm-hmm.
There were 5 of them.
Matchy.
They were matching, and they were, brazened enough to approach you in the middle of a public setting and call you out directly.
Mm-hmm.
So,
They looked capable.
Were they honorable bounty hunters looking to rid the streets of criminals, or were they hired thugs looking to get some money?
They're looking for the gold.
Okay.
They were told that they're not allowed to start anything here, but they wanted to take the fight outside the walls.
I don't believe any of us have any business outside the walls. Maybe we can warn Roderick tomorrow to be wary on his re-entry to Sandscale.
So
Yeah.
I will say the one thing is, Nell, if digging, is outside the walls.
I don't think Desmond's been informed of that, though.
Okay.
I don't think Thrain's been informed of that. We've just been doing our own things.
Nell mentioned that they wouldn't be able to work on the dig site anymore.
Oh, you did say that.
Conversation.
Yeah, you did say that, yeah. Nell was working outside the walls, the dig site.
At the dig site with the Dragon Guard.
Yeah, but
they're
15-on-1.
But with
the
Dragon Guard, I am going to strongly assume that Nell will be taken care of.
Yeah, but they're wanting to stick together. I figure I'd let you know before I finish out the night.
Unless everyone plans on sticking with me in my room, this is where I will be.
Get a chuckle. Yeah. I figure you're fine enough in here. You can cause enough of a racket to draw attention of others.
If anyone tries to bind me, tie me up, or do anything, I will be fine.
Yeah. Now, just to try to understand what this wand is trying to tell me.
You're still working with that obsidian mace?
Yeah, it's been giving me trouble, but I'm working on it. Apparently, there is a lock and I hold the key. As far as I got with it. It's taken me a minute, but this, yeah.
Has the process of attunement been challenging?
Kinda.
Or
Just been
different than
tired.
normal?
It's. I hear voices coming from it. Last night was the first time I understood them. It was. There's a lock and I have the key. But then they just faded away. I don't know what it is. Couldn't keep concentration on it.
If you don't mind, would you try attuning in this room? I know how to bind magic and items as well as people together, and I may be able to offer some assistance.
At this point, anything's worth a shot. It's more frustrating now than anything. It's the fact of the matter, more than necessarily wanting to do it at this point. Don't get me wrong, I still want to. But
Stubbornness can be a valuable skill, but it can also cause a lot of hindrances.
yeah, I'll go grab it. Go grab it, and then bring it back to Desmond's room. And start attune to it.
Okay. So as you grab it and start like focusing your attention onto it again, you notice that you start hearing the whispers slowly start to creep up in the back of your mind again. Please give me a religion roll, DC 15.
Ain't shit I can do about that one though. I'll still see Thrain with the loose connection of the item, and he'll pull out one of his shards, place it on Thrain's lap, and tether the item to the shard to Thrain and give him a +3 on that roll, which would get him to a 14.
Go ahead and roll it again. We'll call it with advantage, with Desmond assisting you.
Jeez.
There you go. nice, crispy 24. As Desmond pulls this crystal out, all of a sudden, like, the whispers, like, amplify in the back of your mind. And the whispers sound more like shouts, like demands in the back of your mind at this point. Can I please have a history roll, DC 15? Can you do your thing twice or no, Sin?
That does.
I do have one more use of it, yeah. I could do it 3 times.
Okay, then I'll say you can do that one with advantage too if Sin's willing to spend a second one.
Yeah. Seeing Thrain start getting like flustered and it looks hard to concentrate, he'll stand up behind him, put like his hands around his head but not like touching him, and kind of drown out the rest of the weave from entering Thrain's bubble. Do better. Do we have any golden D20s or anything?
No. It took me a second. I went to go look.
So
God,
we
take
do. We do.
Oh.
I haven't updated it yet, but we have 3,000 likes on TikTok.
well, thank you, TikTok.
So you technically have 6 golden D20, but I was trying to figure out how to limit this because it just seems excessive. But yes, you do have one. If you would
I'm
like to
using
use
one.
that. Yeah, feel free.
I mean, you did.
I'm using another one.
Sure. Hey!
It's not meant to be.
Adam, change that dice color. What are you doing?
Adam! Adam! What the fuck, bro?
I'm running out of dice color that work.
I get all these voices in my head speaking different languages I don't understand. It's making me mad.
For some reason, all I can hear is the one that just keeps going, do a flip!
Adam,
Mm-hmm.
would you please give me a Constitution saving throw, DC 18. If you miss it by more than 5, I'm gonna need Desmond to also make one.
Hang on. Before I do that, someone pick a number 1 through 8.
7.
I find a cool effect for this color.
I don't know, I'm starting to blame your effects.
This one works.
Ooh.
No Desmond repercussions.
Can you please roll me 8d8, and that is how much necromantic damage you would take.
I got a 2, 4, 6. Okay.
Okay. So as you attempt to attune this, the voices get louder and louder, and for a brief moment.
Wait, it wouldn't matter. It's the same modifier. I'd say I rolled religion for those. I'm like, wait a second. It's the same modifier.
Okay. For a brief moment, out of your peripheral, you see something standing over your shadow. Or so you see like the shadow of something standing over your shoulder. As you hear something almost shout to you, the key. And as that happens, for a brief second, you see the eyes on the mace flicker a green as a burst of blight shoots out from this. Desmond, you would just see this flash of energy, and you would see Thrain get blown back against the nearest wall of your room as he drops the mace at where he was at, and you see smoke coming off of it for a moment as you see this thick ichor that is covering Thrain as the blight drips off of him.
Hang on a second.
Sarion.
Question first.
Yeah.
As much as I don't want to do this to Desmond, Desmond did say he was standing behind me. I think,
Slammed in the wall too.
or trying to get out of the way.
All right, fine. If you want to put
I just
gonna
wanted to
put
see what happens.
Sin on the
because
spot, then
if
how does
I'm
Desmond
getting
react to
blasted
that?
backwards?
Listen, it's funnier.
I feel like Desmond would have a good handle on what's going around magic-wise around him, and once he's seen that shockwave, he would like try to quickly take a step to the side.
Sure.
That
Go ahead and
blessing
give
of dusk
me
and poof.
a deck save, or an agility roll, whichever works better for you. A.
He saw it coming.
Yeah, he did.
Right,
He just took
damn
a
right.
step and just raised his head like, no.
So yeah, so you're standing there behind him as this is going on, and all of a sudden you see that flash of energy, and as you do, you dodge to the side just in time to see Thrain the projectile shoot past you and hit the wall. And as you look over, you see the mace hitting the ground with smoke coming out of its eyes.
This is totally as Nella's opening the door, like was about to knock on the door, and at this point just opens the door slowly and looks in.
So if you're at the door, I mean, you would have heard like a cacophony of energy for a moment. You'd have heard like a thoof, and then a loud clatter coming from Desmond's room.
Yep. And Nell was like, I imagine it like Nell was like reaching to knock, and then this happened to just open the door slowly and peek. You guys okay?
Thrain just groans like. Ugh.
Desmond's gonna like walk over to Thrain, put a small vial down in front of him, drink that, then go back to the wand. And as he looks at Nell as he's walking back, it's customary to knock. And he goes and
I was
squats
about
down
to,
next
but
to
then I
the
was concerned.
I think I'm gonna keep doing that in my room, Desmond. No offense.
In my defense, I did amplify its connection to you. He's like looking over it. Maybe too much.
Thrain, you want me to help with gestures to the, like, falling off of your body flesh from the necrotic damage? Help
No.
with that?
No, I got it. Yeah.
He gave you a 2d4 plus 3 healing potion, by the way.
Cliff, are you gonna apply the damage so I can heal through it, or you're not gonna worry about it?
I mean, sure, we could do that.
2d4 plus 3 be 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah. So if you're gonna heal that 11 off.
Yeah, and then just no, I got it. And then let's see, I still have this. Level 3 cure wounds. I'm not risking it. Why do I still have that 14 damage that won't go away
Yeah, that's just staying there for me.
Where are you seeing this at?
on the combat tracker? Because 11 plus that's 37 points of healing. That went right through that. Yeah, hey, it's gone now.
But I don't see anything on the combat tracker or on your character sheet.
Yeah.
And
Now
it's
that as soon as you said that, it disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had to open the combat tracker.
Oh, okay. I did open it just then, so
It just went poof. I'm like, oh,
it's like, oh shit,
Sure.
jig's up, busted. They snitched.
Is there a reason you came? No.
I, the other day, asked you about learning more of Shadowfell. I was hoping we could take some time and do that.
Thrain's gonna
It
get
can
up
wait.
and grab the one. You guys talk. I'm going to bed. I'm over this tonight.
Looks at Nell, then looks over at Thrain. Yeah, it's fine. We're not doing anything important right now. You'll get it tomorrow, I'm sure. Just
If I try tomorrow.
focus on those voices. They're saying something.
Yeah, the key. My ears are still ringing from it.
Huh? You told the dead so many people, the dead's gonna toll right back sometimes.
Shakes his head and just walks
They
out.
sure rang your bell. This is Megan. This is not Nell.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond like gestures to his table. Take a seat. I'll answer any questions you have while I clean up Thrain's mess.
Did I break anything when I launched backwards, or just did I hit the wall?
Just hit the wall.
Okay. Nothing
Maybe
about a
the
chair.
wall.
The most expensive chair that was ever existed.
Not again.
Was that this campaign? Or was
Yeah.
that Adventures League?
That was Adventures League.
Was
Was it?
okay.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I remember it happening, so it was either one that I watched or happened in this campaign. I don't know.
It's been a while since that happened. No, it was this one. It was Thrain getting launched into a chair when
Yeah,
we
it was when we first got Roderick's
Darkness.
situation.
Right?
Oh, yeah. That was in Sea Bluff.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, we still owe them a chair.
Thanks for the reminder. I'll write that down.
Oh wait, hang on. Roderick's in Sea Bluff.
You don't know.
I don't know that, but
Megan didn't even know that. Megan forgot.
we're back. I'm going to bed, but
Okay,
you know.
Okay, bye. I just wanted to know more of the culture and what your family's like, and I don't know if it had any significance that you recently cut off your very long hair.
Well, the hair does tie into your family's rule. Everyone under the House of Dusk would have the shaved sides, longer hair able to be put up. Cutting that or deviating from it in any other way would signify one starting their own house or breaking away from the thoughts and teachings of their family.
Okay, so in what way are you deviating then?
In such that I'm not following through with the initial task that was instructed upon me and coming to Aragus. I'm more so how you would all say playing it by ear. I am evaluating as I go and choosing what I believe is the best outcome for where it used to be the Shadowfell. Now I am considering what would work best for the Shadowfell and for Amethil or all of Argus.
It's good to hear. I mean, I knew it in my heart you had Amethil and Argus there, but the cutting of the hair to show that your thoughts are different. I'm sure that didn't come as a light decision.
I am keeping some of the same aspects, but the length, which would tie into the amount of time that my family has had rule. I felt it was needed to cut that tie. I am still bound to the House of Dusk, just in I'm doing things my way.
Nell smiles. Well, I like your way.
Right now, it is not conflicted with anything. Hopefully, it remains that way. If the people and the leaders of Amethil, or if we start seeing the Hag as a more widespread threat, the leaders of Argus, if they prove to be more difficult rather than cooperative, then I feel you will no longer find enjoyment or pleasure in doing the things I want to do.
There's
But
some stress across their face as they nod and go, I know our ideals are not completely parallel, and that they do stray from each other in some manners.
I believe you have also shown some thought in if the leaders aren't going to do it right, you will just step up and do it your way instead.
Not like that. The so called leaders we currently have, we don't have a true leader of Amethil anymore. And none of the individuals attempting to take the lead are those that would be those that would truly have the benefit of Amethil on their mind. They seek this, they seek the power for their own benefit. And that's just not something I can sit by and allow to happen. So, my chasing the throne is because I don't see anybody after it that truly wishes the good of the people.
Can you say that about Paladin Zahn? That he's only after power?
Zahn doesn't.
Or the people here at Sandskill that want to rule
They don't
themselves
want
and
to.
not have a true leader?
I'm really only thinking of Morgan and of Josiah when I say that. Because those here in Sandscale that are, those say they do not wish to have a leader and have it be led by like each city for themselves essentially. And where I can see something like that working, unless there is an overarching government, then things start to fall apart into several smaller kingdoms. And Zahn doesn't want the throne. Zahn is just going to sit there and wait for Vardrop to come back. And I'm starting to think that he's really nowhere anymore. He won't come back. So that's just a waiting game, and if Zahn were to become ruling, he would just be purely militant. And no, I don't see him as not having the thoughts of the people in mind, but I do see it as becoming a non-peaceful time.
This has become a little off topic. What questions did you have of the Shadowfell?
What's it like, I guess? Obviously it differs from here, but I know things are going wrong there. I mean, culturally, what are the customs? What does the average person do in a day?
The average day
Such like that.
in the Shadowfell is somewhat hard to explain. There is almost a perpetual night there. So days kind of all blend together. And our people don't require sleep. So sometime through your tasks or your life, you meditate, you add your wisdom to the collective, and continue about your day. Depending on which house you are born under, whether it be a direct descendant or part of that overarching house, you are designated a trade. And you pool your knowledge from the collective on how to best perform that trade. Add your knowledge that you discovered throughout your lifetime. And as of recently, that has become skewed and order is slowly diminishing.
Tragedy does tend to have an effect like that. What's your family like?
My mother is my mother just through title, really. She is the one that had me and my sister, but our caretakers and our servants are really the ones that raised us.
Yes, you had mentioned that when we were having the flavor deluxe and the flavor flux, and you were talking of the meals your maid used to make you.
Not maid, caretaker.
Caretaker, I apologize. My words were incorrect 'cause I was just thinking of my mom because she's maid. Took it, ended up somewhat nannying quite a few children over the years.
My father was imposing a somewhat of a god in his own right. The heads of the houses multiple thousands of years ago were selected by the Raven Queen, and he was selected as the leader of the house to lead the other houses. His word has been final for thousands of years. And now that the Raven Queen is gone, he is at the top. There's no one above him.
And what would you say of his policies?
Strict. One word that would perfectly describe how we do things in our city, our kingdom, our plane under his rule is strict.
You say your sister's being, I guess, groomed to potentially take the place of the current holder of the mantle the Raven Queen once held.
Yes.
What's she like?
Roderick reminds me of her, although she is more I don't want to say educated, but you know what I mean.
She has
And
access to the collective.
she is intently aware of the position that she's in, and is doing what she can to meet expectations.
It's got to be hard to try to meet expectations when those expectations are that you're going to be a god someday. It's got to be difficult for her.
It's what she was taught since she can talk.
It doesn't mean it's easy. Sorry about if it's too personal asking family questions. I just don't really remember too much of my father, and I have no siblings or my my father's only brother died when he was yet too young to have children of his own, and it's really just me and mom. So I guess I get curious about what a complete family is like.
I don't feel I am the right person to ask for that, then. You may have better results in satisfying that curiosity talking to Thrain.
There's different kinds of families. I guess I'm learning that more and more every day, that in ways, me and mom are a complete family, just like everybody's family is complete in their own right. Just because it's not the same as another family doesn't mean it isn't whole.
My family doesn't feel complete. It hasn't since I've been born. And that has been the overall collective feeling of my people since the Raven Queen has been taken from us.
I'm sorry. I know that I'm in no way someone who caused it to happen, but I empathize. It's gotta be difficult when it feels like the shift happened starting with you, from what you said.
The only time I truly feel bitter about the situation is when people praise the person that did it to us. And from all the research and from what I have been hearing, I can't find a justifiable reason for why it was done other than someone that had power that wanted to show off their power to get more. I know there was the entire changing of the gods, but one person had just a little bit too much power and wanted more. And now multiple realities are suffering.
I'm willing to do anything we can to help fix that.
Well, unfortunately, from what we've been able to figure out, there's not really a way to fix my side of things. There's only solutions that we can take because of it.
Like joining the material plane, yeah. Thank you for sharing with me.
As far as I know at the moment, you are free to ask any questions. I will not refuse. In all honesty, have no right to deny you any information.
I am technically an outsider, but
Mm, you say that, but I don't hold any more authority over you and your family than you and your family hold over me and mine at the moment. Even if we were in my kingdom.
I'll take my leave for the night. Well, talk again tomorrow, I'm sure. Good night, Desmond.
Good night.
Cliff's doing serious face while typing.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Um, as you leave the room now, having a little bit better understanding than you did a moment ago, you kind of stop in the hall and just kind of ponder for a moment. Is there anything that anybody else plans on doing for the rest of the night? Adam, you want to make any more rolls?
Nope.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
What about you, John? You having a good time over there?
Desmond's going to be looking over his notes for most of the night with Ava beside him in case she wants to say something. He keeps poking her like, hey, do you have anything?
I got you.
And like goes under her mouth. She's like, yes, Desmond, right now I will tell you. He like grabs Ava.
Ruffles her feathers. Like, please say something.
Okay. One sec.
As John and Cliff go back and forth.
Yeah, I think I figured out the little flicker you're talking about.
Uh-huh. I did too.
When
Just
they
now.
send messages, we get a flicker on our screen.
Uh-huh. It's what it is. I figured it out as soon as I saw what or John pull his hands back from his keyboard, and I saw it right away. I'm like, okay, understood.
It's when they whisper to each other, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's been just happening out of the corner of my eye every time.
Mm-hmm. Like, you can see the thing up there that the DM is typing, and I'm sure when he presses enter to send it to John, we'll have a flicker.
You can see the DM is typing?
Yeah, at the top of the chat catalog, you can see little, like...
Oh,
chat
that's
bubble,
what that
dot,
is.
dot, dot. Yeah.
I was wondering what that one was.
I have no clue what anyone's talking about.
The top right of the chat box to see the chat bubble.
Yeah, I see that now, but I don't know what flicker you're talking about or anything.
I had a
There's a-
flicker sometimes
there's a
when a
slight
message is
Like
sent.
right now.
Nope.
No.
No, it must just be when John does it.
It's every so often. It's not every message. 'Cause I know you guys have been going back and forth all stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like every 10 messages.
What about
I see a flicker out of the corner of my eye. No.
No, it's just every once in a while, it's like it's going to scroll to show something, like something's popped up, and then it goes, oh wait, never mind. You can't see
Mhm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So just like a quick, like, up-down sort of flicker.
So Nell, as you're standing in the hallway, kind of just thinking back on the conversation you just had, you see from down the hall, walking in your direction, is Roderick.
Well, welcome back. Where have you been?
Sea Bluff?
Everything all right?
I hope so. And as he's talking, like he's got his hat in his hand and he's wearing a crown.
Do you want to explain?
Oh, yeah. My friend
My
that's been
liege?
helping us. No, I don't think this makes me royalty of any sorts, but it does increase my intelligence quite exponentially. So it's not going to last forever, though. It seems there is a duration that is going to expire at some point. But I wonder if time. I don't know. But regardless,
He's going all boozy on us.
went to Sea Bluff, got the head off of a corpse. We then returned to a courtyard of a place I'm not familiar with.
Hold on. Who's we? Who is with you? We have no idea.
My friend that has no name that sometimes appears as an
McCoy.
old woman.
Got it.
Yes. And then he dumped the head into some sort of vat of liquid and poured some other liquid, and then it started regenerating of sorts. And then it kind of came back to life, and we were able to speak with it. It was some sort of tiefling. And my friend asked me to explain to this tiefling head everything that we've encountered so far. So I spent most of the day giving details about it, of what we've been through. And hopefully we're going to get some sort of help from this. It's unclear.
Just so you're aware, there are bounty hunters in the city looking for us. Well, they know where we are, but they also have been told by the guards we're not to be touched, but they are attempting to antagonize us to get outside the walls and fight them.
All right. All the more reason we should not stay in one place very long.
Um, just a side note, I like how you didn't mention that at all to Desmond. You don't know that
What?
Thrain mentioned it to Desmond.
Yeah, but Thrain was already in there, and Thrain would have mentioned it.
Just saying.
Thrain was taking it very seriously.
Yeah, the likeliness that Thrain wouldn't have said that is very slim.
Mhm.
Yeah. But it's also, hopefully he said it before everything went off because that hurt. uh,
All right. The other two, have they been captured or anything?
No, Thrain's in his room. Got his ass kicked by his own weapon. Attempting to attune to it. Desmond's just thumbs back in his room. Doing Desmond things, research.
So, the souvenir wand thing actually did something?
I guess so. He seems to have gotten hit with a significant amount of necrotic damage and said something about it whispering and keys.
Okay. Our little dwarf friend who keeps seemingly changing by the day is suddenly hearing whispers. This is. You know what? It's been a day.
I discussed with him the manner of his changing. He's attempting to harness his emotions to find power because he fears that someday Morden will take it from him. His clerical gifts.
Aha. Are we sure this is not like some sort of warlock patron? Because that's sounding, I don't know.
If you upset your god clerical wise, they will abandon you.
This is why I don't deal with that. All right. What's the next move? Please tell me you've come up with something since our last talk.
Our next move is that we are going to continue to remain within the city walls until we are to use the transporter to be moved to Durian to stand trial before the Sphinx. They cannot touch us while we are within the walls, and we will not be going anywhere without at least one other party member with us. I plan on informing the High Blade that these individuals who told Thrain they were 15 are here. And I'm sure he will accommodate with us. Knowing Fenris, he's probably going to give us guards. Or request we move to the barracks.
Okay. Did we scout these bounty hunters? See where they're staying at, seeing where they're trying to ambush us. We know outside the cities, but
It's been less than an hour since we discovered this, so haven't exactly.
and say, has it even been an hour?
It takes an hour to attune to a weapon.
Oh, it is an hour to
So it's
attune?
been at least an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. About an hour then. Because
Yeah,
I feel.
It happened about an hour ago, so not quite yet.
and the plan is still to offer ourselves of our own free will back to Durian for a trial that you still believe is going to be fair knowing what we experienced there.
The trial will be fair because the Sphinx is a third party. The Sphinx does not asks the questions of its own. It is not guided by others. It is from a very, very long standing relationship with the city itself. Even Quillwise says he doesn't remember when the Sphinx started coming.
Have you ever seen the Sphinx
Yes.
personally?
Well, if I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Nell's seen it, considering they've lived in the city for 130 odd years.
Yeah, they do it monthly, like once a month it arrives. So yeah, I'm sure you've seen it
Yeah.
once or twice.
Yeah. Plenty of times throughout my life, it's there monthly, so.
And if it were replaced or under an influence of something like, any of the number of high-powered things that are invested in seeing us go down or, anything like that, how would you know? How would any of us know? You know what? Never mind. You all have fun turning yourselves in. Let me know how that goes. And then he starts walking past.
Nell stands in the hallway for a second and then just continues to their room.
All right.
And Roderick is going to go and knock on Desmond's door.
Yes.
May I come in?
You may enter.
All right. Roderick opens up, closes the door, goes and pulls up a seat next to you with a crown on his head.
I'm assuming this isn't meant to be offensive.
I didn't even think of that!
Your people wear crowns too? I thought that was just this plains thing.
The king has a crown, but it can also be you stereotyping, which I don't assume you're doing.
No. The short answer, no. It gives me heightened intelligence for about another 4 hours.
A gift from your friend.
Yeah, we had to get some information delivered to hopefully an ally that's going to be able to help is the short of it.
Desmond puts up a single hand. Where is it?
It's attached to your wrist.
Okay. Desmond's going to point in the direction of Thrain's room and cast a message. Roderick's back. Don't worry about preparing the spell for tomorrow.
You don't get a response.
Respond, please.
Would it wake
I
me
know
out of
you're
my sleep?
there, answer.
This is rude, Thrain.
would it have woken me up? Because he went there and he crashed because he's tired.
I don't think
They
you can
had their
cast it on
conversation.
someone who. I think it says they have to be conscious.
I think so. I will try again in an hour.
I had such crazy dreams about Desmond last night.
Okay, as you were saying, you...
Yeah, so our friend, I guess without giving away too much, because I know he likes his discretion, um, he was from or lived in Dracarius and somehow escaped. But whatever method
You
he used, he can't bring the others. And
did he get transported then escaped, or did he escape it before the transportation?
from the sounds of it, he escaped after it transported, because I don't think anyone was a prisoner of the city.
And you, I'm assuming you have more information now. You said he likes to be discreet about his role and who he interacts with, but do you feel like we can trust this guy now?
Being that he has more directly interacted with us, um, seemingly being vague only when necessary for his own protection and safety of what we're trying to do. Like, he doesn't seem, he, she, they, I'm not sure. Um, they don't seem to, I don't know. Everyone has their reason for helping or trying to stop us. And though he has seemingly stated that he just wants to be able to go home, um, it has been more direct than anything else we've experienced. Like,
With the
no,
ancients and devil demon hybrids and all of that, I suppose he has been more forthcoming.
yeah, which, as secretive as this person is, it's strange to say, but yeah, they haven't
And
marked up my body. They haven't interfered in our dreams. They haven't made us question reality. So, and with a simple request as just wanting to go home, I get that on a more primal level.
Desmond like removes his mask, puts his hood down, pulls up a chair next to Roderick, and like leans on the table as he talks to him now. And this is more you trust him for his goals and not because he grew up in the same place as Vardrock, right?
You know, I asked him a question that his response led me to believe that it's more about the city itself. And he doesn't seem to particularly like Vardrock either, but does believe in whatever the city can do for Amethil.
I have said, I believe, multiple times now that the city and the kingdom I greatly admired, but the rule was misguided. So I feel like your friend here may be more intelligent and understanding than the normal civilian of Amethil.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way.
Um, I, if you feel like we can trust him, and we don't really have anything to go on with our other benefactors of sorts, then I am all open minded and willing to listen to what he has to say, be a part of his plans or his goals.
And I know you all are probably feeling the same way I do on it, just tired of being manipulated.
I've told you that I haven't had these visions that you all have. So I'm not sure how deeply rooted the feeling of manipulation is embedded in all of you, but I don't want to give my all to someone that is very one-sided with us.
Right.
Um, so you met up with your friend, you got this crown, you were gone for a little longer than a day. What tasks were you out accomplishing?
Just to get the head of the tiefling corpse, give it information, and it was in Sea Bluff, and we extracted it from there, gave it the information, and whoever this person was, it was someone that my friend apparently trusts deeply, as he reanimated the head. He stated, I need your help once more, my friend, or something to that effect.
The head of a tiefling was reanimated or revived?
Hard to tell without knowing what sort of alchemy was used. It was kind of a bowl shaped object that the head was placed in that already had liquid, and then he poured in additional liquid. It had a reaction, and as it did, the uh, muscle started forming around the head, and then the flesh and the hair, and it just looked like a head without a body.
Hmm. Without more information on the spell, I can't say for sure, but me and I feel Rain may have issues with.
You went underwater for a second. Try that again.
Um, I know I personally do. I can't speak for Thrain, but he and I may have issues based on the way this person was brought back, the type of revivification. But if it's a means to an end, I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure with the information I provided, we're going to hear something hopefully relatively soon. And then you should be able to ask your questions about it, because by then the last charge of this crown is going to wear off, and I'm not going to be able to properly ask the questions. So, leaving that up to you. Uh, hey, did Nell mention that, they still want us to go back to Durian and like turn ourselves into the Sphinx and all that?
I believe that has been our goal and our reason for staying in Sandscale. When asked by Quillwise and when we were talking as a group about standing up in front of the Sphinx, um, it was said that one of us or all of us can go and stand up to clear our names. Nell said that they had no problem going and facing the Sphinx. I don't believe anyone else in our party spoke up at that time.
Yeah, I am definitely not going. Um,
I
we
don't see the harm in actually going, although I have means of escaping, but being present may provide useful information.
Right, which is exactly what I was thinking. Whoever goes, we just need a extraction plan in place to make sure if this goes south, we can get out of there and keep going unhindered. But being surrounded on all sides and Durian, don't like it.
With the amount of pull that the hag has shown to have, I don't doubt that she will eventually get her hands on Josiah, and seeing how big of a force she can pull, it wouldn't surprise me if that Sphinx comes into town with glowing yellow eyes as well.
Right. Either it's being manipulated or she's gonna pull something when we're there because yeah, how much you want to bet that she already knows when our little date is going to be? So yeah, I don't trust it, but again, that's up to you all how we want to do this. Um, also want to be transparent with you. I did have a talk with Nell regarding how this is all going to play out. My own personal opinion is we bring whoever to Amethil that is going to help Amethil. So if you find a route to get your people here first, I'm helping you. If we find a route to get Dracarius back, I'm going to go with that. But if after today, the way I see it is whichever route we go with first, I still want to help the other.
That is the mentality that I have been leaning towards since I've joined the order. I am all for getting peace back in Amethil, helping whoever looks like they make sense to be in charge, to put them in charge. But if my original plan to bring my kingdom here fails, then my backup has always been to prepare Amethil for the rule of the Shadowkai.
Hey, as long as it's not any of this happening, fine. Like, even if this wasn't happening, the civil war that's happening is going to spill over into my hometown, and we don't want to be a part of that. That's why I'm out here.
One thing that you can trust with my people is that we do not take death lightly. And if we were to come and be forced to take rule, it would not be through violent or through bloodshed. At least that would be the very last option that we would be almost forced to take. We want to help.
And what would constitute feeling it necessary to force rule?
Maybe force was the wrong word, but as it stands with the way Amethil is currently led by a handful of factions, my people, and I know my father, it wouldn't make sense for us to come in just as another faction with the amount of people that we're bringing in. If everyone is fighting for lead to rule this continent, and a capable leader quite literally pops out of thin air in front of everyone, it, in my mind at least, would only make sense that this person with multitude of thousands of years of experience would probably know what's best.
And there's a lot of rulers that think they know what's best, no matter how old or they are. So I'm just hoping that this is as good as you believe that it is.
My main goal is still to have my people not set foot on Amethil and to get my city and my kingdom transported here as a whole. After that, if that doesn't work out, things we may have to take some liberties.
And hey, if your city is able to come and we get Dracarius back, if this Vardrak guy can restore order, is that going to be okay with your dad and your people if you have your own city and Amethil is restored to peace?
I am working on a flying spell and a move earth spell that we would ritual cast the same way they're ritual casting in the temple to make it permanent. So my people wouldn't be a part of any continent, that they would be their own. And at that point, Vardrak can burn Amethil to the ground and we will be floating in our little place of happiness.
Hey, if he gets here and he's an ass, I'll help you kill him. We'll flank him both sides. Pop, pop, pop. Done deal. Nice and easy.
I am actually working on a contingency for that.
Just, keep a spot for me in your floating city place kingdom. Shut up, Siri.
Siri wants to be a part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure with the amount of prep that has gone into this, everything's going to work out in my favor.
Like I said, as long as it's not that, I don't care. But if your dad goes back on everything he's led you to believe things are going to be, I mean, I may have to fight on the side of resistance because I can't see my hometown, under the rule of some other would-be tyrant or anything like that. So, like I said, I hope he is everything that you believe that he is.
Very, very last resort, if it needs some kind of desperation attempt, I can plead for your all families, Quillwise and Nell's mother, everyone that we care about, to have immunity from this.
And what happens to everyone else?
Like I said, this is a last ditch effort, attempt to, at least for the people I care about, to keep them safe.
Damn it, Desmond. I keep extending this rope and like, okay, tell me something that doesn't make it sound like conquest, and everything you say somehow sounds like this is happening one way or another, my friend.
I have to think about every outcome that has a possibility of coming to fruition, and that I cannot deny is one, even though I believe it is improbable and most likely never going to happen.
It will probably be fine. That's the best. I guess that's all I can go with at this point. Just remember what I said before. If these people don't want to just, as you've encountered since you've been here, they just don't want to lay down their will to just anybody. If he comes and starts preaching with as much tact as you do about the plans of your people, yeah, it's going to be all of Amethil united again against your people. So hopefully he's a little better with the words, because no offense, you're very bad at it.
I can get my point across through notes, and Desmond like pulls open his book. I grew up without any friends, dude. I I don't talk to people. And he like just smiling, looking at you.
Okay, all right, we will. Well, we need to sway the masses. Uh, Thrain and Nell is going to help you clean that up a bit. Because in about 3.5 hours, don't depend on me to do it either. Thrain or Nell, try not to speak publicly by yourself. They may misconstrue what your intentions are.
I was actually planning, and you would be a perfect person to bounce this idea off of at the moment.
Yes, at the moment, yes.
When I introduce myself, when I am aiding people throughout Amethil, should I officially start saying my name is Prince Desmond Dusk II?
No,
No?
absolutely not. No, no. Because then comes the questions of who the fuck do you think you are? Prince of what? Oh, you think you rule me? Uh,
Then I
I
can
can.
start explaining
Mm,
and advertising what
ah,
I have to
mm,
offer.
mm. Okay. So far, everywhere we've offered our assistance has led with jailbreaks, being wanted criminals, the undead rising and being thrown over walls. Do you really want your name attached to anything that we have touched so far?
So should I wait until after things turn out good?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. After we have a track record that people will look back fondly of, uh, then we start yeah the public relations campaign, and yeah, yeah. Not now. Not definitely not now.
I'm glad I was able to workshop this idea before taking it into testing.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
It it has the potential to be bad, but it has the potential to be good.
It'll probably be fine.
I can't state fact knowing that it's not a fact. It might not be fine. It'll has a high probability of being fine.
Yep, sure will, buddy. Uh, well, I am parched from doing a lot of talking today. I am going to go and get a drink and get some rest. Do you need anything else of temporarily smart Roderick?
Think about, before you leave, think about Roderick, what OG Roderick would
I remember him
benefit
so fondly.
from that I can provide. I have the potential to make a multitude of items for the group, and I feel like no one is utilizing me. I am actually in 4 days receiving a order of mithril just because I feel like I'm too loud in this armor. I am designing an entire new weapon, and he pulls open his book and pulls out some sheets just because I feel like what we have here in Amethil was inadequate to what we can use.
Um, basically, my mantra, or I'm sorry, OG Roderick's mantra, is that, hey, I'm just a human. Uh, you know, he says that because it's very true. He is feeling constantly way out of his league with any of this. So if there are things like, there was a guy earlier that I needed to deal with. First instinct was to turn, shoot him. But we had to be quiet for where we were at because that would have drawn attention. Uh, is there a way to make these pistols more quiet when they fire? Like, is that possible? Is that a thing? So I mean that would help.
Hold on. Double inspiration.
One for each pistol.
Right. You want me to silence your weapon?
Yeah. I mean, if that's never been done before, you can be the inventor. Um, and
Suppress the sound, one could say.
yeah. And whatever gadgets and stuff you come up with that you think would help, because I higher intelligence doesn't allow me to take in information that has not been available to me so far. So I'm not sure what all you can do or what all magic and magical items are capable of. But if you feel like for what I typically do, you have something that will help, all for it. Because anything to bring me a little bit up on everyone else's level, when we're dealing with gods and all sorts of extra planar creatures and deities and demons and devils, all
Says the
for
one
it
doing the most damage.
for now.
Okay. One last question that I had in the back of my mind that I have put no research into yet. And Desmond goes through his bag, pulls out the potion of longevity. You say you're just a human and you're not really able to do what these other races can. This potion has the potential to extend life. At the moment, it will de-age you, but I was considering research into it to instead extend life instead.
That depends. Though humans have a very short lifespan compared to Shatterkai elves of different sorts, We get tired of life very quickly, somewhere after the 30s, and it's like, maybe welcoming sweet death ain't such a bad thing. We get to that point. So acceptance is starting to kick in. So we're gonna put a pin in that for now till
If
after we see how the world is looking in maybe a few years. And then we'll determine, because if it's paradise, absolutely. I will We can mix up all sorts of concoctions and extend away. But if it is this or worse, we want you to make an opposite potion that speeds this shit up. So
You
I
get
think
two
they
of
call
those left
that
and ready.
poison. Yeah.
Desmond like wraps it up the way it was and tucks it back into his bag. Like cleans up everything that he's displayed out at the moment.
All right. Well, if you think of anything else, I'll probably be up for like maybe another 20, 30 minutes before I conk out. Maybe I'll go try and make some bullets while I'm have a better chance of it.
Try to figure out how to put some kind of holy or radiance into the bullets, since we are dealing with a lot of unholy things at the moment, and different elements seem like something you can figure out just through trial and error, but something like radiance or
I
necrotic.
suppose if I put a breakaway tip and instead of my usual components and gunpowder, I fill it with water blessed by Nell, shatters on impact, holy water inside their body, that might work.
Yeah. At the moment, think of something that I guess you in a few hours wouldn't try.
I will try to do that.
Roasty.
Anyways,
Whatever you would do as yourself, don't do that.
all right. Good night, buddy. He heads out.
Cliff, you muted.
Before we call it for the night, Roderick, you have 3 hours of this enhanced intelligence. What is Roderick gonna do for the next 3 hours?
He wants to. First off, how many charges are left on the goggles?
The goggles they regain charge every rest, so they're full.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Um. He is going to start coming up with concepts. He's going to start drawing out concepts of how he think this silencer might work.
Okay.
So he can give them to Desmond and be like, "This might do a thing."
I drew a funny picture last night. Desmond, take a look.
Right down to give to Desmond.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that.
Crown wears off.
Right.
Can't read this shit.
You're like, look at this. This is useless. Crumble, throw it away. All right. Go ahead and give me a Tinker Tool roll with advantage, John.
All right.
What's his intelligence up to?
20.
Oh shit.
Drop the one.
No, that was dropped OG Roderick.
Yeah, right.
So with the 25, we'll say that you had enough time to draft up your ideas to give to Desmond.
You're
And
gonna slide it underneath the door.
I'm about to say, and then I'm assuming you're gonna deliver it that night because, like, yeah, because I could see Roderick waking up and just crumbling that shit up.
Like he's about to lay down, and he was like, "My dumb ass is gonna forget."
And go ahead and add one success to your bullet crafting too, because I assume you had enough time to do that as well, and we'll just play off the 25. And I'd rather bring the sadness now than bring the sadness next week, right? So in the morning, Roderick, you wake up, crown's still next to you, but
Put it on, but like, I feel smart.
perfect. All right, that's what we're gonna end it at for the night.
Clearly working.
Yeah, cool. So thanks everybody for hanging out. TikTok fucking killed it with the likes. 8,886 likes.
Dang!
We need 2 more. Can we get 2 more before we end so we can get it up to 8888? There's
I
no
might
real
agree.
reason for that. I just like it.
TikTok.
I might have did 3 on accident.
Fucked it up.
I did.
Right.
I did.
Another few thousand so you can get up to 99.
All right, yeah, I've got to get all the way up to 9999. So thanks for that. So I think we came to the revelation that we will be back next week, right?
Yes.
Wait, no, next
Thanksgiving.
week we're here because of Thanksgiving and
Yeah.
Megan's abandoning us. The week after we're good though, and then another skip week the week after that, right? That sound right?
Thanksgiving's next week. We're here the 6th. They're gone the 13th.
Yep.
And then we're back on the 20th.
Okay, cool. So yeah, next week, no. The week after, yes. The week after that, no. The week after that, yes.
So we'll be playing every other week for a bit.
Yeah.
And what about Christmas? The week of Christmas? Are we doing that one?
I mean, I'm
27th?
down to do it, but that's up to everybody
I am.
else.
I can do as much as you want because my work gives off
Well,
Christmas Eve to New Year's Day. So I
Alright.
got the whole week, buddy.
We're doing a
Play all
12-hour
goddamn
stream
day.
on the
I'm here.
27th.
Let's go.
12 hours on the 27th. Let's go.
I worked that day.
You did.
Wait, you're right. I do have vacation time that expires at the end of the year.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do I have to pay to like this shit?
No.
No.
You just
Double
double
tap.
tap it to like it. Like
There we
anywhere you
go.
double tap on the screen, it'll just do the like.
like,
It was
There you
like, would
go.
you like to buy coins? I'm like, no, I would not.
you're like, hold on, how much is per coin and how many likes did we get?
Right?
Believe me, it's not that. I think that I've made 15 1/100th of a penny so far on TikTok. So
Nice.
if y'all keep it up, soon I will make a penny on TikTok. And
I'm
I'm
so
gonna
proud of you, buddy.
I'm gonna frame it right over there. I'm just gonna have a penny on the wall, and you'll know what it is. It's that TikTok revenue.
Mhm.
No, but thanks everybody for hanging out. Gruber, I will get to your redemptions. I will honor them. I will honor them both.
Oh, I'm not excited about that.
But yeah. But on that note, I'm not streaming out tonight. I'm just gonna call it. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Have a wonderful night. Bye. And have a great Thanksgiving
Bye.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
for the Americans. Everybody else, just have a great week.
Right.
Mhm.
Rest y'all, fuck
You know
off.
what? Eat something tasty next Thursday, regardless.
Like me.
Ow! Ow!
Get so many unsubscribers.
I tell you what. I'm gonna have fun trying to end the stream. I think. No, I lied. It let me end it like right away. For whatever reason, TikTok was laggy as fuck. Like TikTok Studio, like the app you use for it. It was so fucking laggy. And how is it that we got the most viewership at the very end here?
Like, I popped in there and gave you as many likes as I could before you